Stinky, 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 stinky.
What is up, gang? What's up, gang? Meow. Meow. Hello. Thank you for all the check-ins, guys. I appreciate it. How are we all doing today? We're doing stinky. Damn. Or are you calling me stinky? I'll have you know. I'm clean. I'm not stinky. You're tired as fuck. I feel that. Orange and stinky. Damn, I'm getting roasted today. What the fuck? That's good to hear, Tani. I'm doing okay. I am having a little bit of anxiety because my fiance is not well and we don't really know what's wrong.
Czy to Freddy Fazbear?
After 14 hours and 48 minutes, my Bloodborne playthrough is done.
Yo, only 14 hours. That's pretty good. Like that seems like a lot of time, but I feel like in terms of Dark Souls gameplay, 14 hours is pretty quick. Not a tummy ache. Your rig is working with you to make the model perfect. Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear that. As they should. You're paying them good money to make it perfect. I hope so too, Tiny. I really do. I really do. Alright, because I don't know, I tossed up between what to do today and landed on continuing with Gaycraft. Like what I was doing yesterday, doing quests, hanging out, chilling. So that's what we're doing. We're doing more quests. This is day 2 of questing in Gaycraft. Glass bottle just fell off the shelf. No, Gengar, I hope you're okay. That's all good. Look after yourself, and I hope there's not glass everywhere, because in the bed, not the bed. You're a nerd. You're a freaking nerd. There's glass in your bed. No! Whip out that vacuum cleaner. I hope you've got a good vacuum cleaner. Honestly, to be safe, maybe change the sheets as well. Hopefully if you do all that, then, like, there won't be any glass left in the bed, right? Okay, but real talk, how did a glass, like, how firm is your bed? How firm is your bed to have a glass bottle fall off a shelf and just smash? Like, I would have thought that if a glass fell on a bed, it would just sort of, you know, bounce. But for it to shatter? Boy. The shittiest oh lord. It must have landed, like, directly on, like, a spring or something. That is so shit, Gengar. I wish you the best of luck cleaning that all up. I'm
May
so
have commissioned a
sorry.
scrungle from Sable for use in making a joke.
Yes, Scrungle time! I like Scrungles. They best. You got Pocky to share? Hell yeah, Dingus. What flavor? Found a glass bottle and smashed it, then later stepped on glass. No! Glass in the foot is horrible. Definitely one of the worst experiences, especially if it's like a tiny little shard that you can't see, so you're just feeling around trying to figure out where it is. That's horrid. I'm just gonna bin this. Have I got anything else that needs binning? That. Bed frame is broken, your mattress is basically on the floor. Yeah, that'll do it. No, not the blush! Save the blush! I think if I break my leg and go to hospital, he'd be like, so can you guys check me for a genetic disease while you're at it? I mean, that seems like a long and painful route to go, but maybe. Okay, so what we discovered last night is that I did, in fact, find what looks like a village, but I never actually got there. So that's where I'm going to get the village quest. Not the percent chonk! Been watching Sable's special inactive animation. There's a special inactive animation? Yo! That's so cool. I can't wait to see it. Oh, you've got all the flavors, Dingus. They sound yummy. Salted vanilla? That's fancy. My daughter is dead. No, take a vacuum cleaner to her. She will be fine. She must be saved. What the fuck is my sword? Hello there, Naru. How are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good today. Less painful than dealing with clinics? That's a good point. That is a very good point. Hello there, Nex. I see you with your little Snorlax lob. I see you there. It's okay, Sable. You just a little longer. Just a little longer. A few more days. I gotta have as much knowledge as everyone else so that I can be just as hype when you like fully debut. Because if I've had extra spoilers, then I'm already gonna know. It's not gonna be as good. Cleaning it later, I need a monster. Get whatever motivation you need, Gengar. Whatever motivation you need, girly. That's me with my entire house at the moment, because Henry's been sick, and I am just incapable as a human being to clean the entire house by myself. The house is just a mess. It really doesn't help that the main task that needs to be done is dishes. Usually that would not be a problem, it would just be a case of stacking and unstacking the dishwasher a couple of times. Except the dishwasher is broken, so the task has turned into hand washing a bunch of dishes, and I really ain't about that. Hand washing dishes is the bane of my existence, and I've just been ignoring it and hoping Henry will feel better so that I don't have to hand wash all the dishes myself, but it's not looking good. It really isn't. You're queer and depressed? That's a mood. That's a mood, CM. Sable just be like, me too, let's go! What is happening here? Oh, there's a lobster.
Chat, I did a Riz thing in a Discord I'm in, and the single fucking asexual had to be the first to reply.
Oh no. Oh no. How did that go? Solidarity in the queerness and depressedness.
Sat here looking up at my shelf like a Neanderthal, wondering why things keep falling off of it at random. Then I catch a glimpse of my cat's tail. Just as my Lego Guardians of the Galaxy spaceship falls and breaks into 12 million pieces.
Why are cats like that? Why do they like being the biggest pain in the ass in existence? I swear they get joy out of it. They're like, how can I piss off my owner today? What can I do to inconvenience my beloved two-legged human today? Two-legged skin kitten. I think they get joy out of it. I can tell that my orange squirrel, she knows what she's doing. Because as soon as I make a move to stop her from doing something that she knows she shouldn't be doing, she stops doing it. Because she knows. She knows she shouldn't be doing it. So as soon as I move a muscle, she runs. She's like, I wasn't doing anything. What do you mean? Maybe he doesn't want to do dishes? Too fucking bad. This is a partnership household where we both do things, and I can't handle dishes. I can handle stacking and unstacking a dishwasher, but not hand washing dishes. At least not as many dishes as what we have currently. That is huge pain. How did he get there? Magic. Cats can do no wrong. Look, Pepper, I would be with you, kind of, if I would be with you. Like, I love my cats. I love my cats, and I love them unconditionally. They piss me the fuck off, but I love them unconditionally. But sometimes I wish I could shapeshift into a cat, just so that I could throw hands with my cats. On their level. It would be claws out. I want to talk face to face with my little furry fists. I do throw hands with my cats playfully, like swat at them with my hand, and then they swat back, and usually there's claws involved, and then I get a claw in the hand. But it's okay, it's all fun and games. Two-legged skin kitten, that's what we are. Gonna turn him out the window. It's okay, if you threw him out the window, he'd probably just come back. Oh my god, what? Ambient noise? Hello? Cats teleport, exactly! You didn't read the patch notes. In addition to being queer and depressed, I also have autism and ADHD. You just keep getting more and more relatable, CM. CM, the shut is your place to be, literally. Wait. Is it a village, or is it an illegitimate? I'm gonna take a gamble. It's gamba time. I might die. It's okay, that's nothing new. What is this? This is weird. I don't like it, it looks funny. What? Oh, I got ladder achievement, let's go! Get a full orange cat suit and do it! You right. Challenge the cats to Mortal Kombat, I would. Say one thing to my cat, they can understand me, you're adopted! What do you think their reaction would be? Give the right look and they know to go away. You're the mob boss cat? A flex? Wait, I have a backpack. I forgot I had a backpack. Let's put all this shit in the backpack. That's shit I don't need. Yeah. And then take all of this. Cool, now food! You're probably right, honestly. I feel like they wouldn't care. They'd be like, okay, cool. The backpack kid? The backpack kid? Nah, I'm fucking Dora the Explorer. Backpack, 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 backpack. Yeah! Tapped your cat with a hand like this to simulate a small paw. Ward off unwanted toe biting. Why do cats like toes so much? Is it the smell? Do they like feet smell? Have they got a foot fetish? That's a wild thing to say about a cat. I also wouldn't have Dora's patience. Can you point to the blue path? No, not that one. That one's yellow. Why didn't I get the advancement for being in a village? Does this not count? Is this not good enough for you, game? Teleport onto shelf, break shit, get yelled at, jump off, and go sleep on the pillow. Classic cat. What the fuck just happened? Where did I had a thing in my hand. Where did it go? Did I put it on my head by right-clicking? Okay, I'll take it. Scared. Oh, I think there's a villager dying out there. Oh, it's a... You gotta take back that laughing at me then last night for not coming here looking for a village. Everyone owes me now. Oh, you look so stupid. You were looking for a village and you just went straight past one. You're so dumb. Goes to the village, doesn't get the advancement I was supposed to get. Yeah, who's the dumb one now? JK, it's still me. It's still me, because I still went here. Expecting my advancement. Dora's colorblind and extremely nearsighted. She just needs help. Swiper, fuck off. That's how it needs to be. Bite your knee? My cat likes to bite the back of my knee. Not my kneecap, the back of my knee. And that shit hurts. A big toe is like a rodent? Your big toe enters... Your cat enters hunter mode because your big toe is a rodent. Okay, I got you, I see. I was like, your big toe enters hunter mode, Gravity? Thank you, Maxine. Maxine just being the best here. Giving me all the praise. It's a Rella! It's a Pokey doll. I happy. I happy. Is your cat part of the survey corps? Yeah, literally. All the soft parts. You know what? I might sleep here. It might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna sleep here. Like to say you didn't laugh at me? Thank you, Tani. Thank you. Nah, for real though, no hard feelings to anyone that did laugh at me. I thought it was pretty funny as well. That I spent ages looking for a village and walked straight past one. Hi, Queen. What's up? At least I got lots of food. Like, I'm stacked. Licky tongue! Okay. Have I visited all of the buildings? There's one up here as well. Panic song followed by generic love song. Hey! Hey! Oh my fuck. Ah! They tried to double whammy me! Fuck you. I'm safe now. Listen, my music taste is diverse. It's everything. It's mostly emo, honestly. Maxine, you didn't know that I listened to 21 Pilots? I'm a huge 21 Pilots fan. I don't think there's a lot of their songs on this playlist though, because a lot of them have very depressing undertones. So I sort of was like, let's maybe Keep them out of the vibe playlist. I do listen to AJR. I've got a few of their songs in my liked songs. I think there's a couple on the playlist as well. I think. I keep meaning to add more because Lime introduced me to a couple of new songs as well. I think it was Lime. I think it was in her playlist. But yeah, I keep meaning to add some more. I did run. I need an adult Dora episode where she doesn't take. Yes! That would actually be awesome. Can we do that? Minced beef? Oh, we making burgies. Guys, we can make burgies. I've gotten so much shit just from this one village. In Torrance is hunter mode. It hunts for corners? Yeah. My whole body enters that hunter mode then because holy shit, I'd be running into things. Oh lord, I'd be running into shit. My spatial awareness, is in the bin, basically. And I will run into things, like, I swear to God shit moves. I swear it moves. My furniture in my house just randomly moves a couple of centimeters every direction, just every now and again. Like, it'll move a couple of centimeters forward and I'll just walk straight into it. And it hurts like a bitch. And then Henry laughs at me. Because I do it all the time. AJR is your favorite band? Ah, CM, that's awesome. Yeah, no, you will be pleased to know that I also like them, and I've got a few of their songs. In my playlists. Would end an entire town to breathe the same. That's, you know what? I get you. I understand. I understand. I feel that completely normal. Thank you, Maxine. I am doing a great job at avoiding creepers, aren't I? I'm doing so good. Thank you for recognizing my creeper avoiding prowess. I don't know where the fuck to go. I just want a village. I just want a village. I don't want to swim though, but I also don't... Do I have a boat? Not currently. Every time I go into the water, I die. Because of the stupid, like, ocean creepers and shit. Whee! Why can't I... Is that a lush cave? Oh my shit. Wait, is it literally just this? Bro. I'm pissing. I'm pissing and shitting right now. Is this it? Is this it? Where's my quest? Luscious. Yeah, real luscious. What songs have I got? I'm so bad at remembering names of songs, but then as soon as I, like, hear them, I know what the song is. You get me? I've got Bang, I've got World's Smallest Violin, I've got Sober Up. Weak is one of their songs as well, isn't it? I think that's in here as well. There's a couple more, and I'm gonna add them now, because they're in my liked songs. Adventure is out there. Role Models. I also like those ones. I think there was another one as well. Ordinary-ish People, that one. There we go. Now they're on the playlist too. Yeah, you banged my dead mum? That's kind of crazy. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, actually. I like how Maxine jumped on the same thing. Okay, okay. Is this a philosophical question? Is it still necrophilia if it's ashes? Oh. I mean, is that not a valid question, considering what you just said? Yeah, I agree, Tiny and CM, I agree. I'm too physically ill to ponder this! Is that the legal definition, Dingus? Are these guys friendly? Oh, it says they're villagers, so yeah. This looks like a modded village as well, so this is also not going to work. Same brain cell! Spectral STD! Not the spectral STDs. Hello! I'm gonna come and raid your village. What is happening here? Is it just because the village is, like, built among the trees? Oh, a spyglass! Give me that. Give me that. Take the flint as well, but everything else. I'm running out of space! That's what I'm telling Henry, I'm stealing his wife! You're uninvited to he's uninvited to his own wedding? Damn. Ow. You cum. Wait, why am I so low on health? Cocoa bean. We into trees. I like how it's just, like, it's not made out of, like, okay, the mud bricks make sense, but, like, just the dirt. I love how there's just dirt. Have they got any more Yes, I do. Ooh, give me those. Give me those. What do I not need? That. I'll take the wheat. Everything else, I'm Gucci. I'm Gucci. Akaza, thank you for the 10 biddies.
_moon3_Akaza just cheered 10 bits.
Ooh, that's
the easiest boss in the Bloodborne DLC was the boss named after me.
Yeah? You slayed them because they stole your name. They deserved it. Oh, what are you doing here? He died very easily. Why not simply Polly? Henry's not the... He's not... Actually, I'm probably not either. I'm too jealous to be Polly.
_moon3_Akaza just cheered 10 bits.
No,
I kill them because there can only be one living failure.
Damn! Hey, at least you can be the best at what you do then. Look at the bright side. I think I'm pretty skibbity. I like to think I'm pretty skibbity. Can anyone else weigh in on this? You gotta take out the competition! Oh, that bitch is empty! This bitch empty. Ow. I'm just out here destroying their crops. It's fine. They can replant them. It's okay. Cocoa beans! Did they have a bed anywhere? Wait, I need to sleep. I need to sleep. Y'all got beds? I don't remember seeing a bed. Shit balls! I just want to get in the tree. Oh no. I think these guys are friendly. Or at least they don't do anything if you don't do anything to them. This song was a trend. I think I got this song from Nightcore. Nightcore is what introduced me to Melanie Martinez. Back in the day. Because this song and a couple of other songs had, like, Nightcore versions that were pretty popular. Do these motherfuckers not sleep? Ow. You shit. Where your beds at? I'm just trying to take a nap. Oh, gold apple. There you go, you can have that. Do those stack? No. Do these stack? No. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that. No, you're really angry when people break boundaries and consent. That's fair, Dingus. That is very fair. I don't know, I think I just can't share, and Henry's not a sharer either. You're the worst at what you do, but that's like, you're still winning in the opposite direction. You feel me? Long creeper. Damn, 9 years. That's a long time, Tani. Actually, I think I'd be about the same because my Nightcore phase was like back in 2014. I think. Somewhere around that time. 2014, 2015. Possibly 2016 as well. I don't know, as the years pass, my memory gets worse and worse. Because I'm just gonna chill here with these guys until the sun comes up, because I'm scared. I was gonna sleep, but I can't. They're no bed. How sleep if no bed? Just sleep on ground. So where monogamy isn't for everyone? Exactly, it's what works for you and what your preference is. Yeah, exactly. It's not open season, and I feel like that's what a lot of people don't understand about poly relationships. They just think it's the same as an open relationship when it's not. There's like rules that the polycule has agreed on, and boundaries that you don't step over, and you don't violate that trust in each other. Yeah, I feel like those years were when Nightcore was really big. That was when it was like a popular thing. It kind of fell off. I don't know, I had this Nightcore radio that I used to listen to on YouTube, but it doesn't exist anymore. There's a bunch of other ones, but it's not the same! I had one that I really liked. And now it doesn't exist. Literally Phantom Text. Yeah, Froakie? How normal it is to be romantic, but sexually open? That is an interesting question. Hello, Jobs. To you too, bestie. Happy birthday to you too, Froakie. There are so many. They're like desperately trying to eat my ass, but they don't know how to climb. Heh. Ground dwellers. Yeah, Maxine. Sharing is caring. Short-term memory is booty cheek anyway. Who needs that? Actually, my long-term memory is pretty bad as well. Just memory in general. Yeah, Sable! Sorry, bye! Hey, we all have different preferences. It's what makes us interesting. Why does the smile emote look so much smaller than usual? Did they change it? It looks tiny and pixelated. Which is my command? Yeah, Look, if there was the opportunity for Henry to have an experience that he really wanted that I couldn't give to him, I feel like I would be open to having some kind of arrangement. But, like... yeah, that's more just, like... I don't know if that doesn't come from a place of, like, sexual gratification or, like, I think it's hot. It comes from a place of, probably, I feel like I can't provide. And then I feel bad. No! Mix it up not having, like, a Control Z. So if you accidentally, like, delete something, it's just gone forever. Yeah, I know. I know. This is the longest night ever. Let me leave. You know what? I'm just going. I've had enough. I'm bored. Damn, this song kind of hitting different. Fuck off! Leave me alone! Ah! I thought the one with flowers didn't explode on you! Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, at least I can sleep now. Shit me. Okay. At least it's not that far. It's not that far. We're go- I have these back. Here, let me kind of rebuild your village for you. Have some flowers. There you go. You're welcome. I am a giver at heart. I know, Maxine. I know. Thank you guys for reassuring me. Creepers are literally the worst mob in the game. I can't think of anything worse. They explode your builds, they turn up out of nowhere and explode you. They do a fuck ton of damage because they explode. There's the cave again. I wonder if I dig into the wall of that cave, whether there will be more lush cave. Because that's just disappointing. I feel like for the villages I should be looking in, like, places that I know villages that are not modded spawn, and jungle is not one of them.
Canonically confirm creepers explode because they're nervous to talk to you. You just have so many wanting to talk to you and they explode because of your hotness.
Yeah! I'm just too sexy for them. Damn. Okay, well I guess that makes me feel a little better. Extreme enthusiastic consent. That is probably best, yeah. Yeah? Damn. Dingus just be risen everyone. Hey Brain, sex? No sex, only CM, that is such a fucking mood. Like, man, I don't want to do, I don't want to do the rest of it. I just want the good feeling that comes from it. Like, rest of it's kind of hard work sometimes, you know? Violently consent. Oh, no! I'm not dying here. Fuck! I got breathed on by a zombie. Or that isn't a zombie, it's a different kind of zombie. And then it poisoned me and then I died. Yeah, you're an adorable people. How about that? How about that? Damn, someone needs to take Maxine to bed. Someone needs to show her the true experience. Who's volunteering? Oh, fuck. I'm being added. Fuck's sake! I love parkour. What do you mean? I'm so- what is that? Is that an axolotl? What is he doing out there? I don't have a bucket with me! No! Wait, what is he doing there? I mean, I opened this because I'm like, what the fuck is that? But like, this is more important. There's also an axolotl there. What are those? Fish of some kind. There must be a lush cave underneath here. There has to be. Surely they're not just chilling on the surface. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I come back here. Since I know axolotls spawn here. Zolotls. I'm gonna go get my shit. Not gonna sleep with just anyone, not for your first- Okay, that's fair, that's fair. I get you, I get you. You gotta be rizzed up first. You gotta go on the date first so that you know you're compatible and stuff. I definitely have never just slept with someone without going on a date with them first. Definitely has never happened, not once. I'm a responsible human being. Sexual, so there's attraction, arousal, but romance and sex don't- Damn, okay. I've never heard of ego romance and ego sexuality. Dates are intimate. Yeah, they do be. And it's scary, especially when it's like a someone you haven't met previously. You know, because like, you don't know what your common ground is yet. And you have to try and make conversation with someone that you don't really know that well. The best dates I've been on are the dates with guys that I've been friends with first. Not, like, Tinder was... It wasn't really it. It wasn't really it. There was one guy that did a good job. He took me to, no, don't. We're not doing this again. 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 I think it's called Holy Moly. It's fucking, it's mini golf, but there's cocktails and shit as well. And that shit was awesome. Get off! That was a W date. I'm eating the gold apples. I don't care. I don't want to die again. Go away, you fucked up spider. Ew, what did it drop? Why did it look like it dropped meat? Mmm, spider meat. Yeah, holy moly! Nothing wrong. As long as I, yeah, no, most of the guys that I just didn't go on dates with were still chill. They were still cool. And, like, I kept talking to them for a little while afterwards, so, like, I guess. Like, cooking for someone as a first, oh my god. I would be terrified to, like it would be so anxiety inducing to have someone cook for me, because, like, what if the food isn't good? Dingus, I'm not saying that your food isn't good, but, like, if a guy was like, I'm gonna cook dinner for you, I would be like, what if it's bad? What do you do if it's bad? What do I do if I don't like it? Just before our first date. Touching booba! Gotta touch the boob. Your guy best friend admitted to liking you? Oh, do you like them back? If not, yikes. If so, awesome. Pog, best thing that could happen. Yeah, definitely Gravity, I agree. Date someone that you're at least acquaintances with first. Fucking cook for your dates! Yeah, that's Riz. Begging for keep inventory for my sanity. No! I'm not doing it! I'm not giving in! Cook, dance, and keep your mouth shut. You'll never have trouble in love. Damn. Yeah, the keeping the mouth shut, difficult, but also dancing is difficult. I can't do any of those three. Where does that leave me? I actually can't do any of that. I can kind of cook. The last two, not a chance. Minecraft spiders, how I imagine spiders in Australia look. Not that far off, really. Is anyone surprised when Billie came out? Billie Eilish? No. Not in the slightest. What a takeout! Imagine going on a date to someone's house and they're cooking for you and you just order takeout.
That's why I'll never cook for someone until 7 years into dating them, because at that point the sunk cost fallacy is in effect and they're in too deep and my cooking can't scare them away.
Exactly! Exactly! They can't escape then. Yeah, apparently it's news that Billie Eilish is gay. I thought it was just known, but apparently it's just something that I've seen people start talking about, and I'm like, guys, your gaydar must be, like, broken or something. I don't know, man. What the fuck is going on here? It's in the water. It's in the water. They just help? Okay. Okay, I get you. I get you.
I'll cook something nice for everyone here. Something I can serve in larger amounts. Lasagna? Maybe?
I love lasagna. Honestly, any pasta dish is like my fave. Oh no! I keep forgetting that that's like your trauma food. Okay, we can't do lasagna. You died to a horse, it kicked you, like, in Minecraft? Or are you speaking from the grave, Froakie? You left with genuine emotional connection. Real. The food is bad, order a pizza and make them unsure if you're calling Domino's or 911. That's so evil. In before, I'm calling both. Oh, okay. I'm getting out of this jungle. How far does this jungle go? I think I'm gonna start, like, looping back around to get back to my house because I'm already a really long way away. Like, a really long way away. Ugh, hiccup. Lasagna's supposed to be this great food. No, you don't ruin it for anyone. You don't ruin it for anyone. Your parents are just shit fucks. And that's why you don't get to enjoy the beautiful dish that is lasagna. A nice cookout? Burgies! I fucking love burgies, man. Gonna murder Rango with words right now. You don't like lasagna? No! See, Sable has good reason, but to just not like lasagna, sin. Sin! This is pretty. Look at all the hydrangeas. I like this. Me likey. Make it aioli, caramelize some onions. Hell yeah. Speaking my language. Raw red onion, yes. An important part of a good burgie salad. Lavender field, it's so pretty. Guess I'm a sinner then. Oh, the music just stopped. But it's back. Can't believe y'all don't like lasagna. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Do I have beef? I hope so, because I want to pick more up. I do. Although I don't think that cow dropped any. Me too, Tani. Me fucking too. I just really love pasta.
You look like you have lasagna hair.
Ah, Froakie! Okay, look, you're kind of not wrong. I can see where you're coming. I can see the vision, Froakie. I can see the vision. But damn, you really don't have to do me like that. Wait, is this wood blue? Did I just see this wood being blue? It's fucking blue wood. I need to make a house out of blue wood. Okay, I've got no space now, but I will come back here. I'm gonna collect at least, like, a stack of it. Okay, why is my music doing that? Come on. It's orange like lasagna! But no, I thought I was Garfield. Now I'm lasagna? Which one am I? Can one be both? Is that a bird? Aw, look how pretty! Chicken palmy and fettuccine alfredo! That's my favorite suggestion so far. Chicken palmy is... I would die for a good chicken palmy. Go cook your food, Froakie. Go feed yourself. It's a texture thing. I kind of get that, Maxine. I can understand that. Grill some shish tawuk. Chicken cubes marinated in yogurt and lemon juice. Interesting. Never had it. Would definitely try it. I'm one of those people, I will try almost anything at least once. Like, I'm always down for new foods that I've never tried before. Unless it's like one thing I can't see myself ever trying, and I respect the culture, but I don't think I could wrap my head around it, but balut from the Philippines. I physically don't think I could. I just can't. I can't put it out of my mind that is literally. It's a fetus inside an egg. Like, I couldn't get past it. But most things, I will try once. You are the Garfield and the lasagna. The hunter and the hunted. You're getting old, Froakie. Me too. Me too. Mango cranberry mocktail. I like that. That sounds nice. I want to drink that. Garfield enhances the color of their fur. Use it. Gravity, you pulling my leg right now? Is that canon? Me need to eat yourself because Garfield loves lasagna? I guess so. It's 5 a.m. It's okay. You can eat at 5 a.m. It's
Try
legal.
everything at least
promise.
once. Even and I mean avocado on toast.
Sometimes you render me speechless, and it's because I have a thought that comes to my head that I want to say, but then think that maybe I shouldn't. I will say that I don't like avocado, though. Avocado sucks. It tastes like cum. I don't know how else to describe it. What are the things from New York that you're proud of? Good food taste. Hell yeah. You take requests? Do you enjoy, like, catering for people, Dingus? Want to try century eggs? Can you get century eggs anywhere here in Australia? You've eaten ice cream? Yummy. What flavor? Kilo of cheese! Same. Actually, I fucking love cheese. Bread, butter, and cheese? A delicacy. I've never tasted cum, but I also hate avocados. The taste is pretty similar. Good bread. Good, like, thick bread. So it's, like, crunchy on the outside and soft on the inside. You like cooking for those you like? That is fair. That is very fair. Very little knowledge of Garfield lore, but he seems the type. Gravity, I almost just believed you, like, off the bat. I was almost just like, yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Oh shit, oh fuck. Oh, come. Ah! I heard it too late. I heard it too late. As soon as I heard it, I was like, it's over. It's done. Better baker than you are a cook, so am I, Tani. I'm with you there. I really love baking. Like, baking is one of my favorite things. But cooking, not so much. Where's the bed? Give me the bed. Never had avocado. Wait, you've never had avocados, Gravity? Damn. Are they just not, like, a big thing where you are? Or you've just never thought, like, you never had the...
Can we get a redeem that plays the You Died sound from Dark Souls?
I could actually probably do that, Akaza. I'm sorry, I don't know why I scream so viscerally. Chocolate and vanilla, yummy. Yeah, we got Isaac dance, so surely I can do the You Died. You make the same 5 things, that's so real, Froakie. That is so real. Expensive because they need to be imported. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, some people really, really like avocados. I don't really know why, because, yeah, they either taste like cum or the other thing that people have said, which I think Maxime mentioned before, tastes like clean dick. Yes. They have almost... It's such a... It's a very subtle flavor, but it's not a good flavor. In my opinion. And they also have they're mush. The consistency is just mush. Like, to me, there is absolutely nothing appealing about avocados. Not a single thing. Give me time to let it if it's complicated. I'll make you guys anything you want. Ah! One of my favorite foods is tacos. Would you make me tacos, Dingus? I feel like tacos are pretty simple as well. Like, I don't ask for much. I just really fucking love tacos. I've had avocados with nachos, but other than that, it's yucky. Yet, see, a lot of people eat it with nachos. I don't. Like, guacamole, I don't eat guacamole either, because it's just mostly avocados. There's not many things that I dislike so much that I just won't touch it, but avocados is one of them. Avocados and tomatoes, I hate enough that I just straight up refuse to eat them. With anything, I won't eat them on anything. You made tacos yesterday? Hell yeah. Tacos is one of my go-to meals because it's easy and I love it. Families, sharp knives are hidden. What makes you think I need a holder for them? You might need a knife block. Knife blocks are cool. We got a knife block recently and I love it. It looks like all fancy and stuff. Okay, that's a really cool little cave under there. I like having a knife block. Calzones! Oh, yummy. It's basically 2 pizzas glued together. That is a great way to describe them. You've got your own taco spice mix? Fuck yeah. I bet it's bussin'. In my bed already. Tiny, are we the same person? We be disliking the same shit. Look at the pretty pink birds! Look how pretty this bird is! Wait, can't I? Are they really easy to tame? Don't you just need, like, seeds or some shit? I want pink bird. Pink bird, pink bird, pink bird. Give me seeds before the bird flies away! They are for real just hanging out. Oh, come on. Yay! I have bird! Should I make sure he has a friend? I'm gonna give him a friend. They seem to be hanging out together. Maybe they're lovers. Birds, like, mate for life. Most bird species mate for life. So I gotta keep them together, otherwise that would be a crime. Come here, little fella. There we go. And they were roommates! So to think we're the same person. Eat the calzone first. The recipe stored in memory because my grandfather never wrote it down and your writing is terrible. I feel like recipes that are stored in the memory that are like passed down through the family that are like just by word, not even by a written recipe, are the best recipes. They're like special recipes. You've been craving birria tacos? Yummy. You're gonna wait till next month? Do you get paid monthly, Gravity? No. How do you... Like, I understand, like, it's not a big thing here in Australia, but in other countries, being paid monthly seems to be, like, a common thing. I cannot imagine... Like, I get paid fortnightly every 2 weeks, and even that is a stretch sometimes. I can't imagine getting paid monthly. I would struggle so much. Fuck while we eat! You'll get indigestion, Maxine! Let me clear the entire forest of its shrubbery just for you, baby girl! Hell yeah, that's literally me. Dingus is rizzing everyone. It was basically a piece of wood with 2 slabs of- Oh. Okay, so not even like a nice, like, knife holder. Rude. Grandfather's toe to the hole,
Chat, the gallery
comfort
app
food,
is fucked.
yummy.
It showed me a story from a year ago. In that story with cute cats and dogs, and then 2.8 liters of bottled water. It put emotional piano music over bottled water.
I want to see it. I want to see. I want to see it. I want to see that slideshow of pictures. Because yeah, the gallery app is interesting. Okay, wait. Sable had one on his phone once where it was, I think it was all like screenshots or photos of me, of my model. Or was it me was it actually my face? It might have actually been my IRL face. And then there was one like meme photo that was this old fat woman with like red hair, like orange hair to like her chin, wearing glasses, and I cried. I was so upset by that. I have never emotionally recovered. You get paid monthly? How do you survive? How? You get paid monthly. It was hard for the first few months, but after a while it's not that bad. I guess you adjust, right? I guess you adjust after a period of time. I think my dad gets paid monthly as well, actually, now that I think about it. It's so wild for me to think about. I'm like, even 2 weeks is difficult, because like, what if I accidentally spend too much in the first week and then I'm on fucking scraps for the next week? You know, what then? Writing a book and I'm assigning a song to each character. Could you recommend one? Line Without a Hook by Ricky Montgomery. It's one of my favorite songs of all times. Very interesting question, William. I like it. I like it. Welcome in.
I've got 5 months to find my dad a Gandalf costume for his birthday.
You can do it, Akaza! You can do it! There's gotta be a website somewhere that has it, right? I put emotional music over a picture of me shitting! Thank you so much for the follow, William. Good luck for your book, by the way. I bet it's gonna be a good one. $40% of the paycheck on the first day. Yeah, I have about the same amount of, discipline. Good song, CM. Good song. That's actually a really interesting way to write characters. Or it's like an interesting concept for characters, is having like a song that like represents them. Very chill vibe. Thank you, thank you. I do like making the, like, having nice chill vibes. Sometimes it's a little
Gonna
chaotic
get my dad
here.
a Gandalf costume for his birthday, and I'm gonna hide his actual gift in the hat, or cloak depending on the size of the actual gift.
That's a good idea.
I have a playlist on Spotify for every character in my book. I am mentally okay, I promise.
Totally normal about your OCs. No, I think it's a good thing to do. It builds a personality around those characters. But yeah, it does get chaotic here every now and again, but most of the time we're pretty chill, pretty vibey. Just having a good time. Except when I scream because I get blown up by a creeper. That's happened a few times. Hello, Lime! Welcome, Ian! How you doing today? Sable cake! That's so cute. Taking notes about what food you each want for future use. Dingus is gonna have a little profile for each of us. A food profile. Gravity's got an idea! I am curious as to what this idea is. I have to compress. Get off of me. Why is there... Is it because it's just kind of dark here? Just hitting him with a block of dirt. I want my stuff! I can also hear a baby zombie. I just want to get my stuff. Just give me my stuff. And we're good. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm running. I heard something moving, and I didn't like it. I feel unsafe. I'm scared. I have food. I got bread.
You could ask me what type of onion do they like, and I'd know. I have spent 24 years of my life with Gaudenoses. It's my only trait.
See, that's so cool. They're fully they're basically people. They're basically people. And they're the best characters. The characters that have so much personality that you could imagine them just existing in real life. I'm sick of dying. I'm gonna go wait out the night on this island. Just had a quick listen to the song. Yay! I'm glad it fits. I'm happy. You're apparently rizzing everyone in chat. You are! Have to compress the story. If you want to send it to Discord, do it. Do it, Maxime. We need it. Spied from songs, actually. The only exceptions I can think of are your Sona and your profile picture character. That's such a cool idea. I've never even thought to, like, do that. Say your fruitcake, but that sounds like an insult! Is fruitcake considered a slur? What if you say it lovingly? Thank you for the hydrate, Tani. I run out of water. Rigus when 24-hour, when someone pays for it. I'm not just doing a 24-hour just because I can. Who do you think I am?
Ronaldo the goat.
Ronaldo the goat? Are you just saying that, or like, am I Ronaldo? Is that another name for me? Hi there, Alice. Yeah, sorry, the quotes are only for mods to add, because otherwise people could add like a bunch of quotes and then it would like
in a world
fill it
Messi
up.
Isn't in.
Okay, fair, Gravity, fair. I want to be rizzed up. Don't we all? Artists hallucinate their OC. I don't. Okay, you know what? Sable actually had a really good answer for you. What did I say, aspiring writer? Like, I'm gonna publish this shit. I'm gonna have a hobby writer.
My
That's
music
fine. That's
taste is
fine.
anything
Gravity.
he can listen to when working out and making stuff.
Freaking what? That's cool, Dingus. What was that to? Why does everything I say turn out to be a hidden government slur? I'm so sorry, Lime. You can still be an aspiring writer even if you're never gonna publish your stuff.
Sent the story in Discord.
think.
Do with it what you will. Don't
Fuck
joke to
yeah.
it though.
Don't jalk to it. Oh, man. There goes my fucking Tuesday night plans. Turned on speech to text and started typing in the words, oh no. Oh, CM, oh no. Are you real? Yes. Yeah, I look like this, in real life, actually. I'm a cute little chibi anime orange cat. Just walking around. Welcome in, I'm trying to think of how to pronounce your name. Cat. I don't wanna mess it up. K Manuel? Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Making contact with aliens? They told her to go to Walmart? Why specifically Walmart? The aliens had, they had errands to run. They needed groceries. Is their favorite Zeta is a ray of sunshine who likes baking. Oh. Literally best pair. The ray of sunshine and the edgy dickhead. A match made in heaven. You a Fortnite PNG? Ranger in Fortnite when? Aw, thank you so much, William. William.
Do you like
I really like your
WC?
name, by the way.
I
think
think
that's
Claire
so
Deline
fun.
is pretty good.
Debussy? Debussy? The hit rapper Debussy? Claire de Lune, isn't that, like, a classical song? Am I wrong? Also, thank you for the follow, Kake. Please let me know how to pronounce your name so I'm not fucking it up. Yeah, I'm a bobblehead! I got a big chunky head on my shoulders. But yeah, William, good luck with your book. I bet it's gonna turn out fantastic, and thank you so much for hanging out. Checks out for brains. Brains are weird, man. Brains are weird. Funko Pop Aussie. I do kind of look like a Funko Pop. I just don't have the soulless eyes that Funko Pops have. Thank God. At least I don't think my eyes are soulless, guys. Are my eyes soulless? Debussy is a real guy. Great name. Great fucking name. Debussy. Thank you so much for the follow, Remington Williams. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yay, my eyes are soulful! Yippee! Your water bottle keeps coming on your face. Stop exciting it then, Maxine. So what it says, Debussy is probably the funniest name. Literally, it is. It could be more soulless. Thank you for the enlarged dab, Dingus. I love it. You're dabbing on us all. You were soulless to begin. Okay, Maxine. Okay, calling me out like that. Got a lot of energy, coffee, no sleep. No sleep. Sleep for weak. No, but for real. You should sleep when you can. But if you're full of caffeine, then that definitely makes it a little hard. It's okay, you can chill out here while you awake. Why do I I've even got a sound that comes with the booba, and I just never process it. I never do the jiggles because I don't process it. Can it be daytime, please? Have I still got both my birds? Wait. Where are my birds? I feel like... I swear I just heard... Wait, are they on me? Guys, I think one of my birds died.
I find it fascinating that brains can believe shit that isn't true or real or even believable. Like it's not funny in context but hilarious in retrospect that I fully with my entire chest sometimes believe Zeph got replaced by a human clone and is an imposter and is fake. Shout out therapist for saying like Among Us? When I told her.
That is a crazy thing for a therapist to say. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful though. I'm sure it made you laugh about it. But yeah, brains are... Like, the fact that it can create things that aren't real or true, and it just fully believes it, is... Why do they do that? Why they do that? More coffee! Oh boy. The counter to the earlier risk to show that you're bad at it? Wrong.
William Zabka is the real Karate Kid. Daniel cheated changed my mind.
I'll revisit that in a second. Nah, Dingus, you riz just by being you. And that's like your superpower. Move over crispy bacon. Bend over, new best name, Claude Debussy. Wonderful. Eat the worm in tequila. Where's the worm in tequila? I ain't ever had a tequila with no worm in it. I'm still pissed about the clinic that's open 2 days? What the fuck? Why? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I haven't watched Karate Kid, so I said I was gonna revisit that, Froakie, but I have not actually even watched Karate Kid, so I can't even weigh in. The client to an awkward father and his child! Yeah, Lime, a little bit. What's my favorite coffee? I don't drink a lot of coffee because it tends to make me feel sick, but prior to when coffee started making me feel sick, I loved a good mocha. Because I love chocolate, and chocolate and coffee just go so well together. That shit is delicious. Said they used to have a worm? What? Coffee. The horrible thing is I really like coffee. I love the flavor of coffee. I just can't drink it. Because my body's like, nah. I have tried with decaf though, and decaf doesn't seem to make me feel shitty, I don't think, but I would need to do a little bit more experimenting, I think. Because I think sometimes the effect, like, delays. Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. You're making food? Hell yeah, Froakie. What are you making? What food you making? I'm missing chats. How am I doing this? The worm and tequila, and whoever finished the bottle had to eat it and absorb. Oh! Oh, okay. Is it like an actual worm or like a gummy worm? Like just a real-ass worm? An earthworm? You go pick one out of the garden and throw it in your tequila bottle? Right with a hammer until it works. You just like us? Oh, Dingus. We like you too, Dingus. You're an amazing human being. Sees wiggly lines, interprets that as sight. You make a good point, Gravity. The brain's just decided to make it pretty. Can you check if there's a carbon monoxide leak in your house? In a dream, you had a child? 10 minutes after I woke up, I was like, where the fuck is... Oh, Okay, but Dream, you loved that child. Clearly, you were worried for them. You were like, where the fuck is Tom? I think I have also dreamed that I've had a kid before. But like don't remember anything about the dream aside from the fact that there was a child and it was my child. You love coffee, it fuels you. Making my new channel points is going suspiciously well. Real. Me when anything is going well in life. Something hasn't gone wrong for a while. A real fucking worm. That's crazy. And also a health hazard, I feel. A witchetty grub. Okay,
children.
witchetty grubs are
It's
like
why
animals.
my favorite game is about child murder.
Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. I haven't decided what my feelings towards kids. Like, children annoy the shit out of me, like, but sometimes I think kids are kind of cute. And they're funny as well. They just do things because they're just learning how to be a human. So, like, they just do the silliest things and it's hilarious. Okay. The timing of Alice and CM's little exchange here, where Alice is saying, I'm just messing with you, and then immediately after, Springlebot being like, tone indicators! Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Couldn't be any better. He's wondering where the fuck Tom was. What would you call the outfit that's just the black slutty outfit? Twitch not letting me name it slutty outfit. You could call it like what the outfit is. It's like a...
One time I dreamt that my school wanted to encourage people to play water polo, so they put a dolphin in the pool.
Okay, that's kind of a cool dream. Yeah, it's a leotard. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a leotard with like shorts over the top. Yeah, you could just call it like leotard outfit or you could call it spicy outfit. Twitch should allow that, right? Sussy outfit. What outfit? A spicy outfit. You know, it's just a little spicy, you know. Hi Remington. Currently doing a certification to work in early childhood education. Yo!
Chat, pro life tip, when messaging warm regards to someone, type warm regards instead, because they'll think it's a common typo. Then look at their keyboard and see the distance between A and O. They will fear you for the rest of your day. See?
Worm regards. I actually kind of love that. Do you think Vocaloid music is bad, but the tool itself? Oh, okay. Yeah, everyone likes different music. I don't mind Vocaloid music. I think it's alright. First dreams that I get dream. Yeah, Gravity. Sometimes it be like that. And sometimes the brain bees like that. But Tani, you're gonna be working to help create humans. You're creating little humans. These little humans that are learning to become humans, you're gonna help them with that. And that's cool as hell. Kids are banned from touching my Lego. I mean, some kids would try and eat it, so probably good. Probably a good thing. Mum was watching someone's vlog on the big screen earlier and the kids kept fucking up their little crafts to the point of... Oh, yeah, no, I feel that, Lime. Just the way that... Because Kids don't understand. Little ones don't understand how, like, upsetting it is to people when they do stuff like that. Like, they haven't formed that yet. How many coffee is around you? 2 cups of coffee, and what? A total of 3 cups. Wait, they're like all full cups? Are they gonna go cold before you get to them? Activewear? I like that. I like Gravity's suggestion. Is this Minecraft 2? Yeah. Minecraft 2 is just the pause screen. You eat real life worm, cook the worm and eat it. Tasty worm. I also hate being woken up from a good dream. Hatsune Miku in Fortnite. I kind of love the skin, I'm not gonna lie. But I refuse to spend money on Fortnite. I also don't play Fortnite enough to warrant me spending money on it. It full, but it's gonna go cold. That is just iced coffee. But you know what? Your coffee goes cold, just throw some ice in it and make it iced coffee. Done. Fixed. Problem solved. Yeah, Lime changed her color and I was like, hold up, who's that? OMG, Pitbull!
Greetings. Wanted to say hello, cute chibi, and unfortunately I don't see head pats, so I'll give head pats in spirits be a pet.
Where's the head pats? Thank you for the head pat in spirits, Reverie. And also thank you for coming and saying hi. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, there's the head pats. Someone found head pats. I think they're relatively cheap, so they should be at the top. Yeah, they're 200. So they're pretty close to the top. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. Yay! Pets, 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 pets! All the pets! Purple Lime! Purple Lime isn't real. She can't hurt you. Purple Lime. Show them how to do it when kids are supposed to be making keepsakes for their parents, but actual parents are the ones staying there. Yeah. It's okay if all I get out of this is a shred of wet paper. Sometimes that's how it be. It's the thought that counts. Just cause, Froakie. Just cause. Just so I can play as Hatsune Miku when I do play Fortnite. Yeah, role models. I really like this song.
I'm gonna give kids coffee and teach them to swear. I'm a responsible adult.
The teaching them to swear? Fine. Giving them coffee? Maybe don't do that. That might actually hinder their development. I don't think coffee... Actually, it also depends how old said child is. Did you guys know? I say learnt, but I feel like it was something that I just sort of figured, but also didn't fully know. Did you know that if, like, giving babies, like, actual babies, like, under 6 months, water can damage them? You are not supposed to give infants water. At all. Their kidneys are not developed enough to be able to handle just water.
I was drinking coffee at 4 years old.
That's
how
crazy.
I got the scar on my forehead.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good indication as to why we don't give 4-year-olds coffee. Yeah, only breast milk or formula. They do not need water. They get all the hydration they need from breast milk and formula, and their kidneys aren't able to process what's called free water, which is just water on its own because of the lack of electrolytes in it. I learned that today. Today I learned. Very interesting little fact, but definitely something that's super important to know. I don't have a pickaxe. If I had a pickaxe, I'd be taking this iron, but I don't, so... And I can't be fucked to make one. I just want a village. I just want a non-modded village. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask? Bubble Lime would never hurt anyone. I know, I'm just kidding. Meeting your baby cousin for the first time. I was like, this is a human? Yeah, real. Invest in the future by buying Fortnite skins. What, are they gonna become fucking Bitcoin? Cryptocurrency?
I
But
got
it's
the scar
Fortnite
on my
skins?
forehead because I dropped my brother's Elmo mug, then fell headfirst onto it because I chose to stand on the chair.
Not the Elmo mug! But also your poor forehead. You were just learning how to human. Caffeine and small Maxine worked out well for you. Black Widow skin. That would actually be kind of cool. You're obsessed with all things Scarlett Johansson. That's really cool, Tani. Initials and 2 random numbers. The makeup part is based off an old... Oh! We learning today, guys. We learning. I like your name, CM. It's cool. Waiting for the day she has kids so I can gift them harmonicas. Yes!
I remember the first time I really realized that Australian culture is weird as fuck was when I was in grade 6 on the playground and I heard a grade 1 playing tag yelling, "Josh, you're fucking it," and I thought, this is a bit weird, isn't it?
Okay, but Australian culture is... It's something. It's something for sure. We're just out here existing. On Frog. Chug Jug? I need me a Chug Jug. That shit looks delicious. Black Widow does go hard. You're still learning how to human? Me fucking too. Humaning is hard. Because you never shut up about Scarlet. Aww. Hey, we all have things that we're obsessed with, and if you're a neurodivergent person, you become more obsessed with things than neurotypical people do. Your parents didn't like small Maxine swearing? Yeah, I feel like most parents don't like when their young children swear. I really pushed my luck with my mum. I remember there were a couple of days where I would just test the boundary a little bit with swearing. I got my ass beat. I got my ass beat, so I stopped testing that boundary. And then as soon as I turned 18, she couldn't stop me. Because she'd made the mistake of saying one time, oh, when you're 18, you can say whatever you want, and I took that personally. I took that quite fucking literally, and I was like, well, now you can't do shit. You dug yourself this whole ma. Very much am neurodivergent. You'll fit right in, Tony. This whole community. I don't think there's a neurotypical person among us. Among us? Do it! You still push your luck with your parents. Fair. Are you really your parents' child if you don't push your luck with them? Why you Urple meme? Yes, you are! Why you Urple though? MC YouTuber has been exposed for typical Minecraft YouTuber bad. Great, perfect. Why is it all of them? It's like... Okay, it's not all of them, but it's like a good 90%. Like, now we're just conditioned to be scared of the Minecraft YouTubers. I missed something about acorns? Saying fuck it while throwing acorns at each other? Not the acorns. Fallacy is powerful and I don't feel like changing it. Yeah, no, CM, I don't think it's... I feel like it's not obvious enough that your username is what it is due to that YouTuber for you to have to change it. I think you're good. I think you're good. Suck cock fallacy! Just hate me swearing, but would swear every 2 seconds. Yeah, no, my mum swore a lot. Which is why I tested my luck. Because I was like, well, you can swear, why can't I? Yeah, CM, you're gonna learn that pretty much every single Panic at the Disco song in existence is on this playlist. It's why you hear so much Panic at the Disco, because almost every song is there. Because they all slap. What can I say? Takes you to the conversation. MVJ is important. Favorite Panic album? Not the latest one, that's for sure. The one before that, Praying for the Wicked? Praying for the Faithless? It's one of those. Or you panic in the disco because I have anxiety, Froakie. Oh, I'm home! Yeah, his newest album it really wasn't it. Pray for the Wicked, yeah, that one. I really enjoyed that album. That was a really good album to me, like, for me personally. I don't plan on becoming a Minecraft YouTuber. There will be some Minecraft videos there, because I play Minecraft, but I'm not going to be solely a Minecraft
bug,
YouTuber.
but at the cost of Mimble literally fucking dying and being erased from existence apparently.
No! What? How does that happen? Can they fix it? Can they revive Mimble? Mimble is important! A friend asked me who your favorite Minecraft YouTuber is. I say probably someone who's been convicted of a crime in the past 3 years. How little that narrative. Literally. I didn't have a favorite Minecraft YouTuber because I never watched Minecraft YouTubers. Hence why whenever anyone mentions a Minecraft YouTuber, I probably don't know about them. Because it wasn't my thing. I don't know. I liked playing Minecraft, but didn't like watching the content anywhere near as much. I write Sins Not Tragedies purely because little me loves saying the whore part. That's so cute, Tani. It's a banger of a song, though. I feel like it's a good favorite to have. Death of a Bachelor, very good song. That's the whole album, isn't it? Very good album and very good song. Both. Okay, I've got so much stuff. Okay, I can have blue floors. Wait, I'm gonna make some blue floors. I don't know how big. Can you put planks in the... It's called a stone cutter, and I just put wood in it and expected something to happen. You know what? Pretend that didn't happen. I didn't do that. I swear I'm smart. Uber Hacksaw Nova, don't think he's been convicted yet. No, I like to believe there's some good ones out there. That they're not all criminals. Backups chat, this is why we back up. True that. Although sometimes we forget to back up, and then we regret it. There we go. There we go. And now I need my doors. Yippee! Blue
The texture
floor!
file from Mimble was erased from existence. I guess Hashtag canonically sorry, guys.
Just gone? Just gone? Wait, how are they gonna fix that? How does one fix that? It's an easy fix? Okay, thank God. I was told if I could swear it it was in a song, so I only swear in car rides because of the songs. I was too shit scared to even swear while singing, lest my mother beat me up. Minecraft roleplays, that was, I feel, that was a good portion of the content, wasn't it? Back in the day, Minecraft tube. Change the lyrics in like a virgin to like a turtle, and that was the extent of what I was allowed to sing. I just had to not say the word. Dead TDM and LD
I've been
Shadow
saying
Lady.
fuck in front of my parents since I was 6.
Yeah, I would've got my ass beat. I did get my ass beat, actually. Yeah, see, one of the YouTubers, the Minecraft YouTubers that I've mentioned that I've never heard of, and people are like, what the fuck, is Dan TDM. Before about 6 months ago, never heard the name before. Not once. It is a pretty blue. I love it. At least 2 of the big 3 Minecraft YouTubers, in my eyes at least, haven't had big drama. Dead TDM and Stampy Cat. Is Stampy Cat the same as like Stampy Longnose? Is that the same person? Did he have like 3 different accounts or some shit? My sister used to watch him and I thought okay. I just thought his voice was kind of annoying, but I think it's because I heard it all the time. Because my sister was watching it all the time. Why are you hiding, Froakie? Why are we hiding? I'm glad it's the rigger dealing with the bugs, and you don't have to put up with it, because fuck that. You're just stubborn. Nah, I did not like getting my ass beat, so I was a little goody two-shoes. Because I was kinda scared of my mother. Just a little bit. Yo, we got maps. Why did I even pick up the maps? I don't need them. I have one. Built in. I need to put all this stuff away. I do not have space.
I don't change who I am for anyone or anything.
You know what? Good way to be. That is a good way to be, Akaza. Having to try and think of the things that I am not gonna need.
PSST check streaming channel in our Discord. Good mom, that's what happened when I tried to fix it myself. LMFAO.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh! That is fucking horrifying. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Holy shit! You need to post, if you haven't already, you need to post that in your Discord. That is fucking hilarious. And it's not spoiling anything. It doesn't even spoil anything. You just did? Fuck yeah. Alright, what am I... Get rid of the glass bottle. Yo, Cowhead! Don't need the knife. I'm gonna keep the spyglass. I don't need the cocoa beans. Okay, I'm gonna make myself some armor. I think. I died so much that I feel like this is something that needs to happen. There we go. Much better. Now I should take less damage. He's fully functional like that? Oh my god, please take a video of him moving around. Did you take a video of, like, the movement? Froakie is confusing me. Stampy Longnose, Stampy Long... Yes. Yeah, they're all the same person, yeah? Stampy changed his name like 3 times. Oh, they've changed... Okay, he's changed his name. That's wild. Dan has a kid... Oh... the good YouTube Minecraft YouTubers, YouTube Minecrafters, same thing. They're having children. They're having little mini Minecrafters. Yeah, Tani, I know, a lot of people are surprised. I kind
Dandy
of
DM has 2
live under
kids
a
now.
rock. He has 2 kids? Aww. Little baby Minecrafters. I bet he's gonna bring them up to really love Minecraft. That would be one of the things that I would, like, enjoy about having a kid, I think, is getting them into all the stuff that I'm into. Like, I would be one of those parents that at, like, the age of 2 years old, I'm getting the plushies of, like, all the starters and lining them up in front of my kid and seeing which one they choose. And then basing their entire personality off of that Pokemon. Because that's, like, the fun of having kids. You get to kind of mold them. You get to, like, show them new things and show them things that you love, and then they love it too, sometimes. Looks like his kneecaps are censored! Not the kneecaps!
If I do that and they pick Charmander, they're dead to me /J.
No! I love Chomda. Chomda is baby. Chomda is baby and you can't change my mind. Also, yes, I call him Chomda. It's cute, okay? Wait, do I not have any wood on me? I do. Okay. We're good. We're good. I did have a bucket on me! I fucking lied. It's in my backpack. Zodason occasionally joins his videos, but Dan doesn't show their faces. Can I just say that I don't even know this dude. Never watched one of his videos, but I am so proud of him for not showing his kids' faces on his content. I am, like, it should just be the bare fucking minimum, but it makes me so happy when creators don't show their kids' faces in their content. Because they did not consent to having, they're not old enough to consent to that. And then you leave them open to weirdos on the internet. Had to re-break him to do it? Oh no! Fuck yes, we have a video! Let me watch it right now. Why is it downloading in my Opera? Okay, boomer. Holy fucking shit, that is terrifying. I can't work out how that has happened. That is such a weird fucking glitch. You hate the Charizard line, but flying lizard! Flying lizard! Flying fire lizard! You didn't say anything to warrant this, I just felt like submitting it. Real. Fuck anyone that would be mad about showing their kid's face on the internet. Yes, exactly. What's my favorite shiny? It's actually a really good question. Because I have a favorite Pokemon. It's Snorlax. And I love Snorlax's shiny. But I definitely wouldn't say it's my favorite shiny. I really, really love Galarian Zigzagoon shiny. I think the color scheme on that is chef's kiss. It's gorgeous. What other ones do I really like? I love Ferret's shiny. The pink pipe cleaner. I have a shiny ferret on my Pokemon Go account named Pipe Cleaner because they just remind me of a pipe cleaner. And they pink. Hello there, Tom Gamer. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Sable giving Ragnar a virus, please no. If he does show the kids, he covers their faces so you can only see them from... Yeah, see, that's how it should be, Tani. It's how it should be. It's a texture file that's named the wrong thing. That can do that? Bro. Maxi... I didn't read the rest of your messages. Retexture 1 and put it on the body so from... Oh, okay. I understand now. Me becoming more tech literate. Let's go. Hi, Henry! It's good it was
What that
confusing.
tongue do?
No, Lime! It's not a sign! Keep trying! Pipe cleaner said, no, it's not supposed to be, dingus! It's not supposed to be! You know, like the craft materials that they sometimes had when you were a kid and they were called pipe cleaners and they were the fluffy little, like, long... They were like wire, long pieces of wire covered in fluff. That's a pipe cleaner. Just keep what that tongue do? What tongue? Your mans is loose. Hemorrhoid, how you going? Don't just come say meow at me. Just keep swimming. Is Elijah being a good babysitter? Big pain. Oh, so they have actually seen you now? That's good. That's good. I'm glad that you weren't just sitting in the waiting room forever. Craft Supplies does not accept us from having horny brains. Okay, you've got me there. Oh my god, I thought that was death. My life flashed before my eyes. CM, I hope I answered your question, like, satisfactorily. I don't have, like, off the top of my head, a favorite shiny, but maybe I will have to find my favorite shiny. Never mind, Zeph sleeps in the bed tonight. No room yet. Took you in, took blood and put a oh, okay. Less than an hour, that's pretty good. That is actually really good. You've only been there for like, would be just over an hour, right? Yeah, okay, so I kind of didn't, I was having a lot of anxiety at the start of stream, so I didn't mention it fully. I just said that Henry was not feeling great, but he is currently at the hospital getting checked out. I also kind of feel bad because I don't want people to think that I'm a horrible fiance for not being there with him and just streaming, but he wanted that for me. He didn't want me to come to the hospital, he wanted me to stream. But he's been unwell the last few days and just today has had like really bad pain in both legs and like kind of like tingling numbness as well. And he was really worried about it, so he wanted to go to the hospital, and because I can't drive without him as well, so if I needed to go home, I would have just been fucking stranded at the hospital. Zeph has taken him instead of me. Never been a big Pokemon person, but Eevee is your favorite. Eevee's a good favorite, Tani. They better give you some pain meds. Been here for 2 hours nearly. I mean, I started streaming immediately after you left. And it would have taken you 20 minutes to get there? Around about, if you're at... I was about to say the name of the hospital. Probably shouldn't do that. But yeah. Almost 2 hours, yeah. Elijah's babysitting him, exactly. Greninja, that's your favorite Pokemon, Froakie? I couldn't tell. They're impreg together, guys! They're in labor. Would never judge. I'm glad you guys wouldn't judge me. I was just worried about it because I kind of felt bad. I was like, I feel like I should be there with him, but then I also really hate hospitals. I don't even like being there for myself if I need to be, let alone for someone else. Hospitals are scary to me. Hopefully they get you some pain meds soon, Hemorrhoid, and also work out what the fuck is going on, because we need answers. Meanwhile, here I am, beating up zombies. Oh, there is so many of them. Why? No! I killed my own fucking parrot! Oh, I made it into the water. I killed my own fucking parrot. Okay, it got in the way. Was that really my fault?
I can't fault you for that. I'd rather walk off getting hit by a car than go to hospital.
Yeah. There's something about sitting in a waiting room for fucking ever that just doesn't appeal to me at all. Because that's usually what ends up happening. You're in the waiting room for literally hours. And then only to go back, see a doctor, and them tell you there's nothing fucking wrong with you. And then you just end up frustrated.
I love hospitals, but TBF, I want to be a surgeon.
You want to be a surgeon? That's a really big aspiration. I bet you can do it, Tani. I believe in you. Do I go to doctor or hospital? Yeah, I am one of those people that would rather die than inconvenience other people or even myself. So I'm one of those people that take a long time to go to the doctor if something's wrong. Unless I am in really immense pain, like what I was with my gallbladder, I went to the doctor the next fucking day. But that was also kind of because I was supposed to be attending a uni thing that was mandatory, and I kind of really needed a medical certificate in order to not fail. You're gonna postpone stealing Henry's wife? Gonna postpone stealing me? Just go midnight so you get in quick. I've known people to go in late at night and still it takes them for fucking ever to get seen. I got really lucky because I did end up having to go to hospital for my gallbladder because one day I was just like in immense pain for 10 hours straight. Even though they had told me previously, if the pain lasts for any more than 4 hours, go to the emergency room. I waited a whole 10 before I was finally like, oh yeah, okay, maybe I should do something about this. So yeah, if that doesn't explain my feeling towards hospitals. So I went to hospital, it was because you couldn't stand? That's a pretty good reason. You sign people's organs?
When I broke my arm, it took 6 hours.
Wait, there are people who there are surgeons who have signed people's organs? Huh? That sounds illegal. That sounds illegal. You've given me ideas! This is why you're wanted in so many countries. Yeah, Maxi's actually talking about herself. That and because you're gay. I see, I see. Yeah, Australian hospitals are... Yeah. The only benefit of privatised healthcare? Fair. Fair. The surgeons got arrested, as they fucking should. That's disgusting. To violate someone's trust in you as a surgeon like that. That is a really cool, generation over there. Landform generation. I don't know what the fuck it's called. Can I heal, please? Eat the potatoes. Heal. There is nothing here that can hurt me. Unless something spawns in randomly, I'm fine. 6 hours is a ridiculous wait, Tani. A ridiculous wait. But I think I had exactly the same thing happen. I didn't break my ankle, but I severely sprained it and my mum thought it was broken. and we were in the waiting room for 4 hours. And it's like, what the cum, basically. However do you even, like, do that? Oh, like, sign an organ? With a scalpel, I guess. Like, cut it into the organ, like, lightly. You went in at 9 PM and didn't get out until 1. That's fucked. Oh my god, there's a slime! There's also a skeleton, though. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Wait, the skeleton's got an axe. I'm still not fully healed. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Am I daft? Help. 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 Go away. Go away. Do you think they followed me? I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna keep an eye on that general direction. We're fine. We're fine. Signing it with Sharpies! I feel like the body would, like, break down the Sharpie, right? Wouldn't the point of signing an organ be that it's there forever? Supposed to go to the ER if pain lasts for 10 hours or whatever. Oh, it was for my gallbladder. Like, I knew I had gallstones. So they told me that if my gallbladder pain persisted for more than 4 hours, I should go to the hospital. Because usually it means there's a blockage, which can cause other, complications that are much worse. I remember. Ew, traumatic memories. Beat them up. Released at 1 PM and didn't get released till 12 hours? Yeah, the longest I was in hospital was for my gallbladder removal, and I was there for, like, I think around 48 hours. Didn't like that very much. Oh my god! Why? Why? It's okay, I'm still alive. I'm just- let me live! Let me fucking live! Shit! My god! Why? Scrim, I can't help it, okay? It scared me! He just appeared out of nowhere! He literally fell on top of me. They signed the organ with a pencil?
Yeah, I was
Why a
there for
pencil?
ages cause they thought my spleen was bursted or something like that, so I had to be under
okay.
observation.
Yep, that makes sense. They need to make sure you weren't gonna fucking die if you left the hospital. Cowards! Literally. Do that, like, gotta give up their organ to replace theirs? Real. That should have been the punishment. Now, you lose your organ now. Bye. Ignore pain when you can. Me too. Me fucking too. I love you too, Maxine. I'm just trying my fucking best. The game wants me to die. There's my slime. It's okay, I got full health now. I'm gonna go kill the slime. I want its slimes. I want its, discharge. Oh my god, I forgot that they did this. Look how much slime I have! Okay, I've got 7, but that's a fair bit. Ah, baby! Oh no, it's a head! I got a slime head! I'm gonna decorate with all these heads. Another fantastic quote. So I was in hospital for top surgery. Not even cracking your head open as a child took that long. Damn! They took that titty removal seriously! As they should. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, I think. I feel like there's a lot of things that can go wrong with removing a part of the body, even if it is just, like, basically fat tissue. And also you would have been in so much pain that they would have had to be pumping you with painkillers for a while, I imagine. When I'm in pain, I go to the hospital because it's probably bad. I don't even know what my pain tolerance is like. I think it's shit. I think. Because, like, I stub my toe and basically cry. That's all it takes. It's flashback to 2012. Don't mind at night. Okay, this biome over here, favorite. Look at those fucking trees. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not going over there. That's too much climbing. But I made a cake. I didn't listen to a lot of those Minecraft songs. I know, I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner. Maybe I should.
I mean, my first tattoo was at 16 on my ribs, which is about 30 centimeters long, and I also have a spine tattoo.
Oh my god! That's like 2 of the most painful places you could get it done! For having first tattoo being a rib tattoo, you are built different. You are built different. Should play board games on tabletop sim. Ooh, I love board games. I fucking love board games so much. How does tabletop sim work? Is it literally just like you can just play board games with other people? This biome is so fucking pretty. I get to live out my fairy dreams.
Oh, and all the tattooists tried to talk me out of it. IFR just said go big or go home.
Damn. You showed them. I bet they were all like, nah. This isn't gonna go well. And then you just took it. And then they were just left there being like, only 2 nights. Not any real pain, just Panadol for discomfort. I hope they would have given you something better if you were in a lot of pain, though. Because just giving Panadol for pain relief makes me so mad. It makes me so angry when hospitals do that. Maxine just existing with pain. Most tattoos won't even do first tats on those areas. Really? They'll just straight up, like, refuse to do it. That's... You know what? That's actually fair, because, like, it's probably trying to save the client money. Arm tattoo for the win! VR board games, yo! I want to do board game. Biggest one on your hand and fingers. Apparently hands are also, painful. No, not the percent! Look, I used to refund people for the TTS if it didn't say it with the percent, but I've put it in the description of the TTS in, like, capital letters to try and remind people to not use the percent symbol. Should be talking people out of having their first tat in the ribcage, because 90% of the time it's a kid has. No, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
My dad didn't even finish his back tattoo cause it was too painful to him.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. That's fair. I feel back would be so uncomfortable. Like, if someone touches my back, like, or, like, hits my back slightly too hard, it's painful for me. So I imagine getting a tattoo there would be fucking painful. It doesn't have to be VR? Fuck yeah. Because, I mean, we do have a VR, but, like, that's so much effort to set up. Because it's not constantly set up. And I don't like setting it up. Usually I make Henry set it up for me.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Uh-oh, stinky. Percent symbol is 59% stinky. It called you stinky instead. Rude. Rude. Don't do hand tats unless you're heavily tatted. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If I ever get a tattoo, my first will be like on my thigh. First and probably only. It'll be on my thigh because it's like meaty and thick. Okay, we keep walking. This whole stream is just me trying to find a fucking village. It'll happen. It'll happen, guys. It's over half, exactly. That's stinky. Your thigh hurt the most? Really? I thought if there was, like, a lot of, like, fat there, it wasn't as, like, painful. I thought that's how it worked. Maybe I'm wrong. You're staying up for Zeph, Sable. I don't know if you should do that. You might end up being up all night. Unless he comes home before Henry's done. But... yeah, I guess you'll find out when the doctor goes and
If I
sees
ever
him.
get a tattoo, it's gonna be either the Hunter's or Slayer's mark from Bloodborne or Doom, respectively.
That's so cool. Yeah, definitely. I'm big on the idea of getting a tattoo of, like, from, like, a special interest or something. Like, I would get a Snorlax tattoo. For real. Have a sensitive back if someone brushes my back. Yeah, Maxine! Yeah! You just be moaning for your friends? Real. I mean, what? Upper arms is one of the least painful places? Ah. It's sensitive. That makes sense that thighs are, like, more sensitive skin. But I also like the idea of having a tattoo on my thigh because it means that if I ever do need to hide it for whatever reason, because this world is not terribly accepting all the time, I can. It's relatively easy to. Or if I want to show it off, I also can. You know, best of both worlds. I don't think it helps. Near that area is super sensitive. Damn it! Man! There goes my idea. Yeah. I don't think I ever will get one because I don't think I have a great pain tolerance, so I think it probably just wouldn't be a good idea for me. I'm kind of the same as Lime. One of my hand done before testosterone made me a little bitch boy! I thought testosterone was supposed to do the opposite of that. Isn't that why all the cishet men are like, oh, just man up, isn't it the testosterone? Fucking rude. Do you want on your neck? No, thank you. I'm good. Your nurgin like games, me too. Upper arms towards the shoulder is safest, but if you want less pain.
I want a pelvic tattoo, like one of those slutty succubus tattoos.
Yo, that's a goated idea, Maxine. Do it. Do it. You had all 3 tattoos before you turned 18. I don't think around here they'll do tattoos on people under 18. I'm fairly certain they can't. It's like a legal requirement here. Guys. Guys, I think it's finally happening. I think it's finally happened. We've been saved! We're saved!
It is well known in the tattoo artist community that women deal with tattoos infinitely better than men.
Oh. It's all that period pain for real, on God. On Frog! We did it. We did it. It finally happened. Fucking hell, it only took 2.5 hours. Men have shit pain tolerance. It's all that period pain. We're just always putting up with pain, so when, like, any other pain is like, oh, is this it? I still think I've got shit pain tolerance, though. On God. On Frog. You want to finish your ghost sleeve? Must finish. We can bear, we can be bare together. Nakey snin. Nakey unpainted on snin. Still.
My spine tattoo took 4 hours
Spirit
and I
of
fell asleep
Phantom.
for most of it.
Imagine falling asleep.
If I get a tattoo, I'll let
Or
you
getting
know if
stabbed
it
with a
hurts more
needle.
than getting hit by a car.
Please do, Akaza. Please do. I want to know the comparison. Have a parent's permission, you can get one under 18? Okay. Yeah, I don't know the laws fully around stuff like that. I think it's the same with piercings, right? Like most types of piercings. If you have parent permission, I walked in with my dad and they didn't even question anything. Perfect. Perfect. Periods, childbirth, children in general. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta have high as fuck pain tolerance. This tap was more painful than I remembered. I was like, huh? That's insane that testosterone makes your pain tolerance go down. That pain tolerance is actually linked to hormones. I never would have thought that, honestly. I thought it was just, you know, individual. Certain people had better pain tolerance than others. I didn't think it was linked to anything. Massage person gave my mother a massage once. Didn't care how painful it is. Apparently rugby players cried in pain for a massage. That's what I don't get about massages. Every time I like Henry does massages, and the way he can't do the same massages on like my shoulders that he'll do for like his mum, for example. Like he used to give her shoulder massages because she has like chronic pain. If he does it the same way on me, I scream out in pain. I'm like, absolutely not. Do not. Calm the fuck down, buddy. Please. I'm in pain. Like, a massage is supposed to hurt? Is that part of the enjoyment? I'm confused. Played Animal Crossing and fell asleep in your ass one? Oh, you showed your art as your villagers? That's so fucking cute. Obsidian. Give me these iron leggings, I need them. And the pickaxe. Please. I'm gonna set my waypoint here real quick for a second. If I mix it up a bit and got the gluttony symbol under my titties, let's go. I have to be 16 plus for tattoos and 13 plus for piercings. Once you're 18, you don't need parents. No parents. No more parents. Yeah, I can imagine going from like one hormone being primary in your body to another. You learn so many things about how hormones work and what they change for you. Like I never even thought about how testosterone and estrogen change how we live and change how our bodies function, period. I have insane pain tolerance. I kind of wish I did, but I'm just a piss baby. The photo of cheerleader Pancake. You found the video as well. Oh no. Oh no, Pancake. Oh no. I think it's supposed to be a good pain, but it hurts in a good way. Yeah? I don't know, I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. Like, I want to get my nose pierced, but I'm a fucking baby. Also, welcome in, Pancake. I hope you're doing good today. You want the ghosts even more? Yeah, universe, just hand over $500. Let's just, one of us win the lottery. One of us that don't ever buy a lottery ticket, just win the lottery. I keep thinking that maybe every now and again I should just buy a lottery ticket, just, you know, for the opportunity, for the chance to be in the running. You can't win if you never do it, right? I want a massage because I'm in pain. Exactly! Exactly! George gets it. Be numb afterwards of pain or just cut... Really? A glutton on your titties! You have 7 piercings? I'm jelly. I'm jelly. I've just got the... Is it technically 4 if you've got 2 sets of earrings? Because technically you've got 4 holes in you. But I've got my firsts and my seconds done on my ears. That's it. And I won't lie, sometimes my seconds still give me a little bit of pain. They still cause me trouble sometimes. Which is annoying as shit, because I've had them done for like... Oh, shit. Wait. I think I had them done before I was with Henry, so that's been 4 years. Over 4 years. 4 holes? Damn hot! Wait, it changes your Wait, you are joking, Jorbs?
Uh-oh, Stimky, 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 uh-oh, Stimky.
Yeah? You get that out of your system, Froakie? You count that as 4? Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, okay, so...
I got my tongue pierced 4 days before I turned 13 and it's been the least painful apart from my ears and my favorite one. Jack
You got your
Uncas.
tongue pierced before you turned 13? Shit! That's crazy. That's your favorite one? I hear a lot of people say that their tongue piercing is like is their favorite. I think they look cool as shit. They're awesome. Yeah, story time. So my seconds, and I feel like maybe this is why they caused me problems, were done with a gun. And it wasn't my choice, because I wanted to get them done at Skin Candy, I believe, which they use needles to do their piercings. And I was with my mum, and she was like, okay, we're gonna get your ears pierced today. I was like, yippee! It was a Christmas gift. I think it was like Christmas Eve or some shit. But it was pretty close to Christmas, and the shops were super busy. And there was a wait at Skin Candy. Mum didn't want to wait, so she took me to one of the, like, cheap cosmetics stores, and I got it done with a gun. Even though I protested, I didn't really have a choice. Because, yeah. Probably why I'm still dealing with them being issues at this point after literal years. But I knew I was actually educated and didn't want to get my ears done with a gun, but then didn't end up having a choice, and I was like, fantastic, great, love it. Love to see it. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That was literally me. Wait, so Jorbs, are bones... It actually changes the bone structure. That's crazy. My phone just... Did my tracking just stop? It did. What are you doing? Come back! The phone isn't that hot. Okay, yeah, I think it's frozen. Come back! Return tracking! Give it back! The /J was for tea only make- Oh, okay. Although, you notice a lot of, like, men having oily faces, so it could be linked, Jorbs. It could. Stream borked? Is it the whole stream or is it just my tracking? Low battery? The fuck do you mean? Fuck you mean low battery? You're plugged in. Huh? Are my speakers plugged in? They shouldn't be. Why am I Henry! Okay. Now it's plugged in. So, usually when shit like that happens, it's because Henry's used my setup and not put it back the way it was supposed to be put. Yelling at your man in hospital because he used my PC last night to play on the Switch. Like, he used my monitor to play on the Switch because my dock is set up next to my monitor, and he had to plug the speakers in so that he could hear what was going on, and it's the same adapter that I use for my iPhone charger, so it had to be swapped around, and he didn't plug the iPhone charger back in. It happens almost every time he uses my setup. He will change something and not make it back the way it was. And it shits me. Got your belly pierced at Skin Candy. It's been over a year and still hasn't healed. They did it wrong, but not sure. Oh. Yeah, I've heard that belly button piercings do get rejected easily. They're one of the more rejected piercings. I used to want to get my belly button done and then heard about how high the rejection rates were and was like, maybe not. Maybe not. Bone metabolism, considerable work. Bone turnover. Figure 2 provides a summary of estrogen effects. Cells involved. Fancy talk, for there have been studies on how different bones are. Oh, damn. Bones just be eating the hormones or some shit. Getting butthole pierced wet Maxine in the naughty corner. In jail. You playing the game right now? I'm talking, okay? I'm talking. Lime, you need... Please pick a color, although that color is really nice. That blue is really nice. But Lime... Honey, your bones are too dry! Oh, other guy, my bad. Thank you, Froakie. Water cool the phone when it needs it. Hello there, Mark. Yeah, Gaycraft. Wide gay sex! It's wide gay sex, guys. I will show you Gaycraft in just a second. I'm just catching up on chat. I'm a bad streamer, I know. In the sticky meter, when I pressed enter, it just disappeared? Oh, I think I do have a limit, maybe on how many times it can be used in a stream or per person or something. I'm not sure. I think I put a limit on it because someone mentioned that the song and everything is a little overwhelming, so I didn't want it to be spammed. Sable, frick off! No! Why gay sex, though? My doctors didn't want to. Your doctors are shit, Lime. You bought Turbo so you can have your favorite color. Ah, you got the blue. It is such a pretty color. For Boston accent now, yeah, Froakie. This is me picking a color. Yeah, is pretty blue. Okay. Let me explain. Okay, Mark, if you're still here, let me explain Gaycraft to you. So Gaycraft is a mod pack made by one of my mods, Sable Q. He's in chat right now. He's purple. He's awesome. He's great. Fellow streamer, fellow VTuber. Check him out. Check him out if you've got the time. But Gaycraft is a mod pack, and there is quests. Have you ever thought, hey, Minecraft doesn't have enough direction for me. I don't know what I'm doing. This solves the problem. There's quests. Speaking of which, I need to... Yes, I got my nature's compass! Fuck yeah. And there's a bunch of modded content, like baking stuff. There's, like, custom axolotls and shit. It's really cool. Definitely give it a download on Modrinth if you want to give it a try. You should definitely give it a try. Get fucked? No. I'll beat you up. How about that? Nice try, Froakie. Let me do it then. I'll unrecognize your command. Yay! It worked! Thank you, Springlebot. Everyone here, go check out Sable right now. Go follow him. Or I'll beat you up. The orange will beat you up. Never noticed that you changed your color. Oh, because it did. Wait, when did you change your color? You've been red almost, or the same color, like that, off the slightly lighter red that you've always been the whole stream. Did you only just change your color? I like that blue as well. That is also a pretty blue. T, I feel like it's also given me a never before seen lustful life and unfound confidence. Aww. So it made you hella angry and sad? Emotions are weird, and emotions connected to hormones are even weirder. But that sounds frustrating, Jorbs. He's crying now. I struggle to cry unless something's real bad, which sucks because sometimes crying is good. Exactly. It lets you let the emotion out. Best I couldn't rank Henry stinky while he's in hospital. Mega stinky. So stinky. So stinky he had to go to hospital. Chat doing Sablecom is so funny. No! Don't say that, not even with the /J, because I genuinely feel guilty that I keep forgetting to make a custom command for you. It's free real estate! Can you change your color? I'm pretty sure it's under the chat option somewhere. I don't fucking know. I think I've had the same color for pretty much my entire time on Twitch. Thank you so much for the follow, Pepe. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. What is that? Potion of fire resistance. Let's fucking go. What was that for? Baby's first resources! I'm gonna go get some deep slate. Maybe I should do some mining. I finally found the... Actually, what branches out from the villager quest?
I kid Rainboyd, you give me too much love already and no custom command needed because chat calls me out anyway like gremlins.
I'll beat you up. I'm still gonna make one. I still plan on making one. I just keep forgetting. Because I'm bad. Click the Snorlax to change color. Oh, you click the Snorlax. Snorlax, change your color. Snorlax, change your color. Thank you, Lime. Thank you for teaching everyone how to change their color. Miko! Hello, Miko! How are you doing today? I hope you're well. You're gonna mine off screen like the other Huh? What does that even mean? Do I even want to know? I gotta trade with a villager. Do I have anything that they might want? I think that's a child. In the bed. Let me go find a farmer or something. Do you do anything? Neutral. Oh wait. No, it says he's a beekeeper. I can give him flowers! Oh my fuck! Okay, I'm just gonna sleep in your bed real quick. Sorry, bestie. May not... I keep forgetting that that's a thing, that I can't sleep if there's like a skeleton right outside the door. It's okay, I'm gonna beat it up. I win. I win. What the fuck is that noise? Squirrel, what are you doing? Oh. So Squirrel does this thing. Squirrel's my cat, for anyone that doesn't know. She's my orange baby. She does this
I'm usually a dark red.
I mean, you're usually that color. The color that you are right now, which isn't dark red. It's like a light red. At least to my eyes, it's a light red.
I'm so tired of not being able to breathe. Before stream I went to go fill up my water bottle. Before I even started to fill my bottle I had to sit on the floor to catch my breath. Who wants to swap lungs?
I would give you one of my lungs if I could. If I could just give you one of my lungs so that you could breathe better, I would. Went out with mum to the doctor, then went ate some delicious food, hell yeah, I hope your mum's doing okay. I hope your mum is okay and that the reason for going to the doctor wasn't like serious or anything. But that is good that you got some delicious food. I'm doing alright, Miko. Henry, my fiance, is in the hospital at the moment. I can't be there with him because I can't drive by myself, so if he had to stay overnight, I wouldn't be able to get home. So a friend, Zeph, has taken him to the hospital for me. He's suffering with, like, a lot of pain in his legs that is completely unexplained, and we don't know where it came from. It just came really suddenly. So he's getting checked out for that at the moment. But otherwise, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. And everyone switches back and forth. No, change your colors. Change your colors. If you haven't found your favorite color yet, keep trying. Dingus going pink. I like the pink. Most of the YouTubers say they did a bit of mining off screen, then this house is made of diamond! Okay, that's wild. Would riot in the streets. Do it. Do it. Yeah, mobile is stinky. Yeah, Maxine, go back to the doctor and you must advocate for yourself. You've got to kind of get mean sometimes, because otherwise doctors don't listen. Check to see if it works. Yeah, you're red now, Tani. I like it. I like it. BDSM getting crazy? Yeah, I hope so too, Miko. I hope so too. Also, what I was saying before, my orange flavored child, she does this thing where after she finishes, like, grazing at her food. Okay. Huh? The game just, like, closed. It minimized by itself. That was terrifying. Orange flavored child. When she finishes grazing at her food bowl, she tries to bury the food. So she will scrape at the ground next to the food bowl and try and bury the food. I don't know why she does it, or if she knows that nothing is happening. I can't ask her. I'm always curious whether she knows that she's not actually achieving anything whatsoever by scraping the tiles. But alas, she does it anyway. Color's actually called Hyper Pink. I like it. It's a good color. Do I not have any of my emeralds with me? I don't. Shitballs. I might be able to find the flowers that old mate wanted though. It said dandelions, right? There we go. There's dandelions. Easy. And I'm getting a flower quest while I'm at it. I think it was 10. Ugh. Hidden dandelion. The last dandelion of the season. For anyone that doesn't know Ice Age, actually, if you don't know Ice Age, what are you doing? Is that one? Yeah. Gib. Gib! The clinic is only... clinics only being open 2 days a week is so wild. Like, what are people supposed to do the rest of the week? Just die? Like, unfortunately, people are unwell any day of the week. Not just those 2 days of the week that you decide to be open. Green. Trade 20 times? I mean, if there was a farmer here that needed wheat, I might actually be able to do that, but... Gotta love Ice Age, yes! Yes, my orange-flavored child! That's what she is! The other one's chocolate-flavored, because he's brown. Together they are Jaffa. The Jaffa duo. Because we got Choc Orange. I love them. They're my babies. Okay. For real on Frog, though. Is this guy a farmer? Horticulturist. Is that a farmer? Melon seeds.
Fun fact, Laios and Sinchi are tied for the highest stamina with a 5 in stamina each. Marchel has the lowest stamina with a 2. Chilchuck has 3, and my favorite character has a 4.
What does stamina determine? Is that the green bar that determines like your like rolls and stuff, like how much you can roll? He's a farmer. Please do wheat. Air. I can trade air for bread. Give me the bread then. Hand it over. Air. Man, I do have onions, but not that many. Shit. Do you have another? Is there maybe like another farmer here? Are you oceanographer? What do you want? Seagrass. I guess I could go get seagrass, like a bunch of it.
I dare you to eat salad lasagna.
Salad lasagna? How does one make a salad lasagna? Ice Age is one of my, like, favorite, like, movie series. Specifically the one with the dinosaurs is my favorite. That's the best one. Tuesday and Wednesday. Wait, you can't book an appointment outside of those days? Do they not have, like, online bookings? Lady down the road stole your cat? Arson is the answer. Save the cat, though. How dare she? How dare she? If someone
I don't know
stole
what to
my
do.
cat.
Do I call and say I need a neurological appointment by someone qualified, or do I have to go to a GP, basically wasting a day because it's gonna end with a neurological appointment anyways?
I mean, you could try going the first route first. Like, you could try doing that, like, asking for specifically that appointment, and if they then say that you need a GP appointment first, then you go and do that. Try and save yourself time, but if you can't, then it is what it is. Akaza absorbed me like the parasite that I am! You are not a parasite, Lime. Stop that. Overall stamina. Oh, you took that delicious and done. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't recognize the names. I should at this point, because I think you mentioned the names a lot, but when I don't have, like, a face to put the name to, it's very difficult to remember. Just take the damn wheat. I'll take your wheat, dingus. I'll fucking do it. Don't test me. Can I cook the minced beef? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna eat burgie patties. What's the new one? Is there a newer one than the one where they have the pirates on the floating iceberg? Is there a newer one than that? If so, no, I haven't watched it. Try and take it, small lady. I'll beat you up. I'll do it. I'm scary. Grrr. Asking are we the same, because I also love Ice Age and the Dinosaurs one is my favorite. It's just the best one objectively. Adulting is hard, Maxine, I get
away is a
you.
prepackaged cup of rice with soy sauce, salami chunks because cooked meat is too hard, and cubing mayo.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
yummy
I mentioned
Sable.
the characters at least once a stream. You should sit down and watch the show.
Yeah,
It's
I
fun.
know, Akaza, I know. I just got a bad memory. Thank you for the biddies. Salami chunks specifically, not slices, chunks. Cooked meat is too hard. That sounds kinda bussin' though, Sable. That sounds like a pretty bussin' dinner. Okay, time to go and collect some seagrass for the oceanographer. Stop being degens! You're being degens without me? Being degens without me? Shit. I will fight. I am full of rage. So first let's say, no, you need to see a GP for that. Politely hang up and bring somewhere else! Lime's got the good ideas.
Should join you.
We should do a watch party. Delicious in Dungeon watch party. For real, on frog! On frog. Thank you for the 10 biddies, Akata. Keep coming up with new watch parties. I know we do, and one day I'll do them. Damn, you're just gonna at me like that? Wait, I need shears. I need shears. I'm silly. Do I have any iron? I do. I got this. I got this. I got this. Mail them in a paper envelope. Wait, what are we mailing? These hands? I'll mail these hands. Definitely have you continue watching during streams. It's your only free time at the moment. Heck.
Upper underscore moon 3 underscore Akaza just cheered 10 bits. I'll absolutely be there.
Fuck yeah. Thank you for the 10 biddies. And then we can just chill out and watch funny anime. How do you... Yeah. There we go. Easy. I think I missed something. Make you some sausages and gravy. Yummy. That sounds yummy. Probably say something I need to retake my previous neurological appointment because I didn't see the doctor I was appointed to. You should, Maxine, honestly. Is there a way that I can do, like, I think I've seen other VTubers specifically do it before, where they do a watch party while they're live on stream, but they don't show the thing that they're watching on stream. It's playing in the Discord, but then they're still live. Should I do something like that? Sabusi Lane? Can't ring somewhere else, it needs to be local. Frick. Fucking local. Mail them to just that place where Sable lives. Give it a try, see what happens. Breedable Femboy Avenue! Funny fantasy cookie anime! I said cookie anime, but you know what I meant. Was it say what it
I'ma
means?
head to bed.
1-5?
Nini chat.
That's so good, Maxine. Have a good sleep. And I wish you the best of luck with the clinic and getting an appointment. I do hope you get one soon. What was I responding to? What does it mean when it says I've won 5 from the jump catch game? So it's the it's the stream avatars. So the little guys at the bottom of your screen. They have their own currency, which is called Beanits. I called it Beanits. And eventually there's gonna be more gear that you can buy. I'm just fucking lazy and haven't made it. Is the simple answer to that question. As I said, the number you need to keep back of yourself. Exactly. You need to stick up for yourself. Lime has put it wonderfully. Because yeah, some doctors aren't as good as they should be and do not advocate for people's health as they should. So you gotta advocate for yourself. Brother turned 18 and got to finally drive his car. He's been driving quite a lot 3 days ago. Drove it to Nobody got seriously hurt, thank God. Charged the car he bought that doesn't get insurance for, mostly because oh no. Oh no, Miko. That is a whole lot of drama. I hope that you're not super included on the drama. Like, obviously it's your brother, so you're somewhat included. But that it doesn't, like, reflect on you at all. And I hope you're okay. Give me this seaweed. So that I can trade it for emeralds. Imagine just wanting some seaweed for a precious gem. Why can't I trade seaweed for emeralds, IRL? What are the wrinkles? They like plants. You do deserve someone that stands up for you, and sometimes that has to be yourself. It's unfortunate, it's one of the biggest things that pisses me off about the healthcare system, is that sometimes you have to stand up for yourself and you have to be your own advocate, because no one else will do it. Bro is a turtle. Maybe he is. Maybe he's eating the seagrass. You can eat most sea plants, can't you? Like, water plants. Maybe he is eating it. Maybe he's making, seaweed. Sushi was the word that was supposed to come out of my mouth, not seaweed. He's making sushi. For real, for real. Decent speech, shit, the car would not be in good condition after that. But I am glad that no one got hurt. But it seems like there's a lot of drama that has come from it. Hole in the wall was really big. Your mum saw it when you went to the doctor. Yeah, that's... Yikes. That's a heckin' yikes. Was it that way? Yeah. I'll come back if I need more. Actually, I probably will need more. I need to trade 20 times. So I'm gonna need, like, what, 200? Ow. 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 I love drowning! It was ruined? Yeah, I can imagine. You want watermelon, but they aren't in season? They are here, just come to Australia. We got watermelons aplenty. Got hella melon. Feel the best way you can support yourself? Yeah. Live, you're literally so sweet. Need a place to stay and that's money. True, we don't have a spare room, unfortunately. I wish I could be one of those hospitable people that is like, it's okay, there's always a room available here. But no, we simply just don't have a spare room. It is a 2-bedroom house, but the second bedroom is a study. With not enough room for a bed. Because our desks are huge! And take up so much fucking space. I think that's about 200, right? I think it's very, very close. Okay, maybe a little more. Maybe a little more, just a touch more seaweed. It's actually seagrass. I will eat your mum. You walk around without pants! I don't know, you'd have to ask Dingus whether that's a deal breaker. Slow motion, no! Okay, that's gonna have to do. Short, if I'm like too short or something, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna do a couch for a night before the watermelon hunt. You won't be going far for the watermelon hunt, believe me, just down the road. I mean, we do have a fold-out couch. We made sure to get a couch that has like a fold-out bed, so that if someone did need to stay here, we do have an option, but it just means that you're like in the lounge room in the common space, and I don't know. For me, personally, I would hate that. Place to nap for getting some sexy ass and thighs! Damn! Sable blushing IRL. Sable has been rizzed. Pantsless Sable? Sable O'Ragus doll parlor? Okay, I don't have a doll parlor yet. Where's this oceanographer? she ocean on my og till I fur. Where is he? I need to give you grass. There he is. Oh. Did it happen? Did it work? Yay! Ooh, diamond coin. Yummy. My legs are as bad as the dolls! Send me to jail. Nah, definitely feel like everyone would take Sable's legs over the dolls. Nah, wrong. What Sable has just said is a fucking lie. Sable IRL human flesh prison is also cute. He's a fucking liar. Don't believe a word he says. You're the world's #1 femboy celebrator! You're going to a doll convention? That's actually cool. That's cool as fuck. You're gonna be carrying stuff. Any couch is a bed if you use it correctly. It depends. Okay, the couch that we used to have at Kaza was way too small to be considered a bed. Like, I tried to lay on it, and as someone that can contort myself to become comfortable almost anywhere, I was uncomfortable. I was incredibly uncomfortable. So we got a new couch, a bigger couch, and now the old couch is out in the back veranda for the cats, and they go out there and sleep on it. It's a win-win! Post was checked by true patriots and was proven false. Wrong. You're banned for being a liar. Sable only just checking in 3 hours in. Overly curious person and now want to see what everyone looks like, but obviously... I mean, Tani, you can see what I look like, actually. I can't fucking... I need to have a command to plug, Henry's YouTube. But I exist on the internet. This is a good, reason... Oh my god, talking too much. For me to plug my fiance's YouTube channel, because I am on there. Let me just find it. He's also recently been posting Breaking Bad memes that have been doing really well for some reason. Oh, that's fucking Twitch. I want YouTube, you cum. Cum booty. Bring me the YouTube. There we go. Go follow my go subscribe to my fiance on YouTube. He will very much appreciate it, and I will too. He does skit videos mostly. There's a couple of Breaking Bad memes, and there's also vlogs from our trip to Japan. He hasn't finished doing them yet. We're only up to like day 4, I think, because they take a long time to edit. So, yeah, but my face is on there. Yeah, do with that what you will. Oh, my immersion, no! Real. But yeah, you can see what I look like, Tani. Is basically the message of that. Continue to call you cute and gorgeous, as you should, Dingus. Goodbye, I'm Ash now! Thank you for the love abuse, by the way, Lime. You have a blush toga, yay! Dingus accidentally ran into my face. I'm so sorry, Dingus. I'm sorry you had to experience that. Titties. I'll default dance on you. Yeah, go check out my beautiful fiance. He does some pretty good editing. I think it's funny. It's like old style cringe humor, which is great. It's a good face. I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up. I'll do it. I'll bombastic side-eye you. Wait, how do I get these? High level fisherman. Wait, is that the ocean guy? Is he, or is the fisherman villager a different guy? Sable, do you know? Is this the right guy, or is it a different guy? Am I gonna have to find another village with a different guy? A different fella. Fisherman is different? Fuck! I'm gonna beat meat, and not in the good way. Gonna fucking sleep while I'm here. From New York? What is that supposed to mean? Are you New Yorkians good fighters? New Yorkians. Did some casual stalking. It's not even stalking at that point. My face is just a face, literally. I just be existing. Be kind. Please don't bully me. Only I'm allowed to bully me. If anyone else bullies me, I'll fucking cry. Wait. Oh, they actually... That's goated. It tells you what their career is just on the map. Love that. Perfect. Love it. Let me eat this burg. We're gonna continue on an adventure. I gotta find a fisherman. Because I gotta get those ocean plushies. Actually, can I even get those yet? Or do I have to fish first? It's okay. I'll probably need the fish for the fisherman anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. Just enjoy the part of the Japan vlogs where you put the camera all up in your face and narrate from above. It's my it literally is my best angle. It just had to be done. I fought drunk meth heads in the gas station parking lot. Damn, you got crackies as well? We can bond over having to deal with crackheads in our native area. Professionally trained cracky beater-upperer? Damn, that's crazy. Has acquired endone? Fuck yeah. But they still don't know what's going on. They just gonna pump him full of drugs and not actually find out what's causing the problem, because I feel like that's what a lot of healthcare providers end up doing. They haven't treated him? Okay. As long as he's got some painkillers, but I do hope they find out what's going on. Hello, Gecko! Any angle of me is a good angle- Oh, stop! Oh, stop! I'll turn into a puddle. How dare you just come in and say that, Gecko? I appreciate you wonderful bean. Tough with strong arms, let's go. You're being genuine, yay! I think it's a funny angle, just like doing vlogs where the camera's like half a centimeter from your face. I think it's perfect. You think New York isn't full of drugs? No, I didn't say that. I just, you know, where I live is full of crackies as well. There's so many of them. Especially at night. It's scary. Overly curious, I always wonder things, like wonder how old blank is or how... Yeah, no, I get that, Tani. Like, I have these moments where I become conscious that other people are also conscious. You know, you ever have that moment where you're like, oh, other people experience this life completely differently and have their own thoughts and have their own experiences? It's called Sonder. It has a fucking word. It has a word. Its own word. How bougie. Gecko is correct. Boy. Sable, I'll beat you up. I'll do it. You're being on a couch, being in a bag, being on that slouch. Oh, that's so cute, Gecko. I love that. Need to bear hug someone. Dingus, have you got anyone in your nearby vicinity to do that to? Go give them a squeeze. Telling me other people are conscious? Yeah, I know, it's a scary thought. It's a scary thought. Because then you realize that other people have their own internal worlds as well, and it's like, oh shit, what do theirs look like? Gotta love the local druggies, real. The crackies and then the alcoholics as well. They're all their own special little people, just existing in the vicinity and causing problems most of the time. We end up forgetting because I mean, it's because we're so self-absorbed. Like, the human experience is being self-absorbed. Like, obviously we're not privy to other people's inner world, so it's easy to forget that they exist, but we're always privy to our own inner world. We're constantly reminded of that. We literally cannot forget about it. She's in the shower. Why not bear hug in the shower? I don't think that's a bad thing. Unless, okay, hold on. Unless that is not, like, a partner, if that is, like, a family member, maybe don't fucking do that, but... Okay, I'm just assuming that she's your partner. But then I realize that, what if they're not? What if she isn't? Wonder what people are thinking. I sometimes think it would be cool to read minds, and then I think about, like, what things sometimes happen in people's brains, and then I'm like, maybe it wouldn't be such a good idea to read people's minds. And then you would always know what other people are thinking about you, and I feel like that would make you even more self-conscious. But on the flip side, it might make you less self-conscious because you realize no one is ever thinking about the things that you're insecure about. They don't even notice them. It's probably a bit of a double-edged sword, in reality. Yes, your partner? Okay, good. Bear hug her in the shower. That's acceptable. Stopping you unless you're allergic to water that you can still- Exactly, Gecko! That's what I'm saying! I love how this entire stream has just been me running around like a maniac. It's because I'm trying to find villages, okay? It's why we having fat chats, because what I'm doing in-game is not terribly interesting. 100% always be reading people's minds, yeah. Then you would know everything. Everything about what everyone's thinking, all the time. Still suggest you hug them, everyone needs a hug. It's okay, step bro, we're step sis. But yeah, maybe don't hug your family in the shower. That's probably frowned upon. But yes, you should always hug your loved ones. Just maybe not in the shower, depending on the description of the loved one. What tier of loved one are they? Brian got shiny Zapdos! Let's go! Nurse said soon to hemorrhoid being seen and it's turnover time. Oh right, turnover time is in the nurses are like switching around. Right. So hopefully soon means within the next hour? Fingers crossed. Scare the shit out of her! Okay, maybe wait. She should be done soon, hopefully. And then you can give her big squeeze. I'm hoping I'm gonna find a village out in this plain somewhere. Please, give me village. Sometimes identifies as a woman. I like being able to think. Being tied to the front of someone's car while wearing deer ears without alarming the nearest Lime, you just typed all that out. You typed that out. You really did. You know what? We listen and we do not judge. Girl, live your truth. If it's family, just close your eyes! Do not keep in contact with my family. They're across the country and need to stay there. That is fair enough, Dingus. Some family don't need to be kept around because they're shitty-ass human beings. They don't even deserve to be called human beings. They're just beings. Human beings is nice people. Nice people are beings. I think it really matters what kind of relationship you have with a hug. I mean, if you scare the shit out of it, at least it's going down a tree where it belongs! I mean, you're not wrong. What the fuck is that? You're not wrong. I've heard worse. Thanks for sharing, live! This is a safe space. This is the safest of spaces. Enchanted forest? This is actually really pretty. Look at this, look at this, look at all the flowers! I love. Calling them beings is giving them too much responsibility. You right, Gecko. They're just little shits. They're just little shits. Not even little shits, big shits. There's a zombie on the lawn! Is that a reference? Is that a Plants vs. Zombies reference? Trauma dump somewhere in the future, but not here. Somewhere designated. I mean, maybe I should make a channel where people can just provide their inner thoughts and then people don't have to read it if it's not something that they want to take on emotionally. I mean, obviously there would be rules, like, not anything too heavy, but just somewhere where people can, like, yeah, brain dump channel. Typing safest of safe places. We share a brain cell, Tani. Oh yeah, you could put it in Wafflin. As long as it's not, like, super traumatic, or what if he spoilers it? And then if you click on it and read it, that's your own prerogative. Like, if you put a warning saying it's, like, heavy shit, and someone clicks on it and reads it, then, like, I don't know, in my mind, if you have a warning that something's heavy and you go and read it anyway, and then you end up upsetting, like, getting triggered or something, then, you know, you were warned. Shower complete. Go get your bear hugs, Dingus. Go provide. Increase your growth of grass, making the zombies slower when walking through it. Yeah? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, well that's why I say, like, if it's spoiled, then you don't have to read it. But then if it's like, I don't know, maybe best just to not have it, I guess. You need a partner. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Life gets lonely. It's okay, you will find someone, Tani. I believe. Love you too, Dingus. Be safe and be well. I guess I just, like... If someone's been given a warning, like if there's something there that says, hey, this is potentially a triggering topic, like if someone, this is a very mundane example, but if someone posts a picture, like Gengar posting a picture of her pet spiders, literally spoilers it and says, trigger warning spider, if someone with arachnophobia fucking opens that and it triggers their arachnophobia, that is their fault. If you have been warned and you open it, what did you think was gonna happen? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. I will not okay that then. Because I feel like you're probably not the only one that's like that. And then I don't have the emotional bandwidth to deal with, like, other people's problems most of the time anyway. But yeah, it was just an idea. I don't know, I want to help people. Like, I just have this feeling inside of wanting to help people. And sometimes sometimes all people need is being able to, like, just scream into the void about what's happening in their mind and don't have anyone to have that experience with and be able to, like, talk about things with. Why do I do what I want? Real. Do not the Barracelia. If I can't get one, I will accept a brick! It's okay. For all of you that don't have partners in your lives, I believe you will find someone. I was at a point in my life at one point a few years ago where I thought I wasn't going to find anyone, and then I did, and now I have my wonderful fiance. Point being, there's someone out there for everyone. You just need to be patient. Because of liking being lonely. Because it won't let me ride a plant with an inch. Nah, do it. You do what you want, Lime. You live your life. You live your dream. It's like help instead of actual help. It can become yeah, I guess so. I just want to help people. Well, that would be the thing, Sable. It would be like sort of a vent channel, like where there is no expectation that anyone's gonna send anything back. You're just able to almost like a diary that you fucking other people can read, I guess. But there would be like it would be like there would be no expectation of people responding or giving advice or anything like that. Had a partner, but apparently my partner is not healthy, so family's trying to kill my black mold, which I consider to be my partner. Not the black mold, Gecko! It's so bad for your lungs! I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna bury myself in this bush real quick. I am safe. Oh shit. Wait, it fell apart. My house fell apart. If nothing spawns, I'm fine. By my standards. I have this feeling that when you and I start to hang out and get myself out of the house, I'm gonna end up in a
Barracelia, which is a plant that will break your bones and kill you. In Delicious in Dungeon.
What if I played Cupid Lime? What if I did that? What if I became, like, the best wing woman you've ever seen? Yeah, I won't do it then. I don't know, it was just an idea. And then I got yelled at for it. It's okay. But no, I know now. Friendly though, it hasn't harmed me yet. It's just being there. It's, you know, but is it paying rent, Gecko? Should it be paying rent? I say yell because you, like, said please don't in all caps.
Here I go to spoil it
yeah,
for
no,
you. Never
you're
going
right.
to give you up, never going to let you down. Consider yourself rickrolled.
Thank you, Gecko. I'm just RSDing because you disagreed with something I said. It's all good. It's all good. I will get over it. Being transparent, I am RSDing right now. But that is not your fault, that is my problem. Bear hug was too much skin contact, she's touch averse. Aw, Dingus, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope when she's feeling a bit better and she's not feeling overwhelmed, she comes back to you and gives you a bear hug in return. You don't need to apologize, that's why I'm specifying that it isn't your fault and that it is my problem. Lime wants the Baracelia plant, which will break your bones. Hey, maybe that is what Lime is into. You can't judge what Lime is into. Nah, Dingus, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just not gonna do it because you know what else I can't deal with is I told you so. So if I just don't do it, the bad thing can't happen and I can't be I told you so.
To keep the pilot cool when it stops, you can actually see the pilot start sweating.
Wait, what? Big fan in front of the plane? That's all it's there for real, Gecko. That's all it's there for. And I know Sable's not an I told you so kind of person, but it will still be in my mind that there will be a reason to be like, I told you so, and that would be too much for me. So I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just not gonna do it. We love you too, Lime. I love you, Lime. You're a precious bean. Just got a burst of energy and can't keep still. Do some jumping jacks. Run up and down the house a little bit.
So what you're saying is you're a little adorable cutie. I see. I told you so. I told you. Everybody agrees with that.
Excuse me? How dare you? See that know you card right there? Yeah. Yeah, that's saying that you're the cutie, not me. It's know you. No, there was, like, you were just giving your personal experience and there is absolutely no way that you could have worded it that would have not had the RSD response. Because, as I've explained before, just simply disagreeing with me is enough to trigger that. And obviously, you can't avoid that. That's just a part of life. You'll wake people up and get yelled at? No! What's a way to get energy out that doesn't require noise? I can't think of anything. So I'm gonna have to go that way? Yeah. Yeah, I'm lucky enough that I live with just Henry, so I don't have to worry about waking people up. And Henry sleeps like a fucking log, so even if he's asleep, I don't have to worry about waking him up. Thank you, Sable. Yeah, I know my brain is smelly. It's something that I'm having to, like, streaming has forced me to deal with RSD, because obviously there is no way to make everyone happy, and not to mention also that there's live feedback. There's live, not necessarily criticism, but feedback. And feedback is sometimes criticism. So I've actively had to learn how to deal with the RSD on the fly. Because criticism of any kind, it's why when someone's like, are you open to criticism? The answer is no. The answer is mostly no. Not at all. Because then my brain's like, you are the worst person on the planet!
It's okay to feel your feelings even if they don't make sense or aren't appropriate. Just tell Ranga Brain that nothing ever changes how I love the Ranga as a person and the cutest bean ever.
Yeah, I know Brain is silly because obviously someone disagreeing with you doesn't mean that they hate you or that you're a horrible person. It just means that they don't agree. But Brain is like, actually... Then we do roly-polies over the bed! Roly polies. I know, but I know you and your adorable little kitty. Thank you, Gecko. You don't see the you don't have 7TV. Oh, y'all that don't have 7TV are missing out on so many great emotes. It brings a tear to my eye every time. Just think about how many awesome emotes you're missing out on. Does that mean you don't see the little Snorlax roly-polies every time it says that ads are gonna be rolling? I have little rolling Snorlaxes that come up in my chat. Man! Logs are cut trees. Cut trees are dead trees. You say Henry sleeps like a dead tree. Yes. Yes, basically. You'll need 7TV in your life. It's the best. It's kind of why I was looking into Twitch when I found you, to build up resilience to fight against. Yeah, I feel like that's the... I've never, like, asked a therapist about it, but I feel like that's the only way, like, you learn to cope with RSD is experiencing it. Like, what's it called? Exposure therapy. Actually, no, I think I do know, because I think I've seen people on, like, TikTok be like, hey, I have RSD and my therapist recommended going and purposely getting rejected to, like, or to put yourself in a position to get rejected on purpose to try and, like, learn to cope with those feelings. Because, yeah, how else, like, are you supposed to... Because there's only so much you can tell yourself, oh, it's... those feelings are irrational and don't need to be there. Because sometimes that don't fucking whack! I also have no food. I'm just... Wait, can I eat the rotten flesh? Where is it? Oh. There it is. Can I eat that? Will it kill me? Iron belly. I just want to be able to run, okay? Hey, it worked. It's in the little Snorlax. If you're on mobile, I understand. Mobile be bin and doesn't let you see 7TV. It's stinky. Oh, there's a skeleton over there. I don't want a skeleton. I don't like a skeleton. Never judge for ideas or things you say. Oh, I'm glad you don't judge. I need the reassurance of there not being hatred involved. Doll convention is called Resin Rose BJD. It's in Oregon. Is it like porcelain dolls? Like proper porcelain dolls? Because that's cool. Like handmade ones. Could turn it on, but that would force me to set my phone to PC mode. Yeah, okay, that's true. Okay. Gecko, I'll beat you up. No, of course you don't have to turn the 7TV on if you're on mobile. Mobile just eats ass. Straight cheeks. I just get mad at myself too, because you should understand. I mean, like, understanding it, but again, like, it's a difficult thing to avoid, because the only true way to avoid it is simply not to disagree, and I would never want that, because, like, how are you supposed to have conversations, you know? And learn different perspectives. You know? My nose is itchy. Where the fuck? Thank you. Piggies! Those are not piggies. Those are danger hogs. That's a skeleton. Go away. Leave me alone. I'm running. I'm running. You die upon consumption. I mean, in IRL, that's what would happen if you ate rotting flesh. Okay, you wouldn't die upon consumption, but you'd get very sick. That's RSD, rejection sensitivity dysphoria. It's basically being very
okay, then have the
sensitive
assurance, you orange
to
can girl.
rejection.
Even if Therese like an idea or some shit you say that I have thought on, and I disagree, I'm only disagreeing on the idea itself as separate from you. I know that maybe doesn't make sense, but like, the thing is an entity that is judged and you are not the one judged, and I never see it as a reflection on you. Okay, sorry, that's the last Sable rant ball sack.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, the idea, like, I am not my ideas, is the basic message there. And it's not, it's the idea, not me, that is being disagreed with. But yeah, RSD Akaze is, it's rejection sensitivity dysphoria. It's having a disproportionate response to being rejected or perceiving that you are being rejected. A lot of it is perceiving you are being rejected. Like what's happened here. Sable disagreeing with me is not him rejecting me. It's not him hating me. But my brain perceives it that way because it's silly goofy. Human skin and pork skin taste for... Who the fuck found that out, Tani? And why would they admit it? It's causing you much frustration? I'm sorry, Gecko. Is it this conversation that's causing you frustration? I apologize if that's the case. But it is a reality of my life. And something I feel that I have to be transparent about. Because otherwise, people won't understand why I sometimes have the reaction that I do. So it's better for me to just be transparent about why I have my feelings than to suddenly just, like, end stream because I'm a slave to my own emotions. On God, no cap, on Frog. Forcing your device to play No! Gecko, don't worry about it! Don't worry about it! Gecko, I promise. It's not that big of a deal. It's okay. I can't word things well. A writer. Real. I feel like it's the people that are the most illiterate that have the most difficult time wording things. Words are just fucking hard. I'm gonna sit in here because I'm scared. I can hear a baby zombie and I'm terrified. On Frog does just work better. On Frog! On Frog. No idea who found that out, but I think it's a cool little fact. I would argue it's an unfun fact. It's too late over here now. Chat's become unreadable for you. I feel like when people overdo the 7TV emotes, the chat does become unreadable. I do agree with you there, Dingus. I don't think my chat is like that. Like, we have a few that replace, words or faces, but it's not real bad. With there's an emote and it's like TEH or HTE. It's like the spelt wrong. Amazing talker for the most part, but as soon as you have to type... See, I'm the opposite, Tani. I don't know how to word verbally, but when I'm given the chance to, like, think about what I'm typing, I'm I'm pretty good.
Fun fact, a bat's wings are made of the same flesh that humans call webbing between their fingers, so technically bats fly with the magic of jazz hands.
Fuck yeah! Jazz bats! Thank you for that fun fact, geek. They are truly just eternally doing jazz hands. They're the coolest creatures. The jazziest, even. This conversation's making me think I have RSD. You will find that it is something that a lot of neurodivergent people experience. It usually goes hand in hand with being neurodiverse. Yet another thing to add to the What? Is it neurodiversity or am I just unique? Oh shit. This is it for me. This is it for me. I don't have any food, and now I can't run.
I'ma be honest, I never think about what I say.
Oh my god, I saved myself. I'm so good. Why can't you drop food? What do I do? What do I do? It swims! I don't know what to do. Do crabs drop food? What is that? Is it a crab claw? Can I eat it? I can't eat it. Coconut crab. I need food! Oh wait. I've had extra armor this whole time. I'm so scared. Wait, there's fish! Fish are a thing! Fish are a thing! I just need to not die while I'm trying to get fish. Do I have the stuff to make a fishing rod? Wait, this could be my savior. Sticks. I don't have any string. That's chalk. I do have wool. String. What? Leave. Leave. Do the brown bears just randomly aggro, or do they only aggro if you hit them? Oh, catch the plane! I'll find a plane to crash it into your house. You've returned back to basic non-PC mode. Welcome back, Gecko. Everything looks cleaner and everything looks better. Yes, I can imagine it would. Rega dead. I'm not dead yet.
Bears. One is aggressive on sight or when approached. The other is not aggressive unless attacked. I do not know the difference. Good luck.
Pog. I mean, I feel like he's seen me. We're pretty close. I feel like we're just buddies, right? It's a job for the crop. Claw on these. Love when people have no filters and just say things without thought. I'm one of those people. I do that frequently. Farming thighs? Let's do it. Bongo thighs! Oh, they aggro if they're with babies? Okay, that makes sense. Why try to do anything? The thought of being judged is paralyzing. Yeah, I feel that, Jobs. Inside is safe. Food is safe, just let's eat exactly. I get you, Jobs. I understand. The idea of being judged is horrifying. Let's find out how we aggro brown bears from Pennsylvania. From Pennsylvania, what do you just go touch them, poke them with a stick? I feel like we're Gucci. I feel like me and this bear are cool. Oh wait. I have one. You stay over there, you fucker. I'm just trying to exist. He's coming closer! He's gonna snipe me, I can feel it. Kill the man! No! I just threw the fucking... Where's my fishing rod? I just threw it at the drowned! Go away! Go away! Go away! I panicked! Leave! Leave! fuck's... It's all the way out there. Do you guys think I can make it to the fishing rod without dying? I'm gonna take my chances. Swim, 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 swim. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. We can finally get some sustenance and not be on the verge of death. I did it! I proved you wrong! Oh, it's just... Oh, it always has bubbles around it. Okay. Fish! Come here, please! That was a bowl. That was a bowl. I also have no space. Hold on. I don't know where the bowl went. I'm so scared. Yes, no! I'm sorry! I'm sorry that I scream loud. I try not to. But I get scared. Was that eatable? Can I eat a rockfish? Is that eatable? Oh my god. Half at a time? You're kidding. You're kidding.
Hey bear behind Ranga, if you become hostile near babies, you should become hostile. Everyone in Ranga's chat is baby. So with that logic you should attack Ranga.
_moon3_Akaza just cheered 10 bits. Rani is the inferior soul's doll, she's a foul user.
Rude. Isn't Rani the blue one? I like her, she's pretty. Don't bully her. Can I cook these? I can't cook these. We are all baby, but let's not literally poke the bear. I like life.
Personally, I'm going to suggest building a little fishing hut.
You right. Why balls? Do I have enough stone to build a little fishing hut? That's not where I wanted to put that. Is this good? I am safe! I am safe. Nothing can hurt me now.
Yes, Rani's the blue doll, and since she's an int user, she's my, questionably, mortal enemy. The only acceptable int user is Henry.
I can't believe you're so against intelligence. I mean, I don't know anything about any of the different stats, so I can't have an opinion. But just the fact that it's Henry's, like, favorite, and the one that he, like, always uses, and it's your least favorite, your most hated one, is just funny to me. Give me fish! Oh, no. Okay. Where the fuck did it go? Okay, surely having this open is fine, right? It's fine. I'm scared. My little hut. Some drowns carry... Oh, you right. But then the fish don't come into the hut. What if I just stand all the way back here? They can't get me now. Is that a cookable fish? Cook it. Fuck! Am I really gonna have to eat these one at a time? Can I get some salmon? A cod? Anything? God for now is super lurk. We'll be around on Discord. Okie dokie dingus. I probably won't be live when you come back. I'll probably wrap up in the next, like, 10 or so minutes. Because we reached the 4-hour mark. But thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Was that finally a thank you? Shit. It is perfect. It's gonna say something out of pocket. Just say it. Just say it. I need a piss purely from how much she laughed. Piss yourself. Bestie was driving me around today. It's rust bucket of a car. Car stalls if hits the brakes too hard. He worries about people looking at him funny if his car stalls. Going to run into him because he stopped in the middle of the road. That's just how brains be. I am the same. Like, if I do something stupid in my car, as little as accidentally leaving my indicator on after I've turned the corner or after I've exited the, like, roundabout, because sometimes the wheel doesn't straighten up enough to turn the indicator off automatically, I will be sitting there thinking about for the next 5 minutes whether anyone saw me have my indicator on for an extended period of time. Why are we like this? Did you get killed by the bed? No, it's not funny. I've already died so many times. Baby Loim. Best fishing hunt I've seen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tani. That's what I'm saying. Int is cringe. 90% throwing rocks. Yo, piss rings? I like the sound of that. Maybe when I play Elden Ring, I'll have piss rings. Watch Faith be the, like, hardest one to do. And Henry be like, why did you pick that one? Because I want piss rings, okay? That's why. It was mean. Oh, okay. You're needing food. You got a small supply of hamburgies from your auto Maccas. I desperately need food. I'm on half a heart. That's why I'm sitting here fishing. Fuck's sake. I will end Minecraft's bloodline. Yo! It gave me extra fish. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Praise the Minecraft Jesus. Will streamer die? No! Look! Look at my health regenerating. I'm not dying. Not today, bitch. Not today. How many deaths do I have? I don't think anyone's kept count, but there were at least 3 within about half an hour at the start. Like, one every 10 minutes. Actually, it might have even been 4. Because I went out, this direction. And I, like, went this way, died in here, had to go back, died immediately again, and then went back, and I think I made it through, came over to here, and then died again. So there's been a lot. There's been a lot. End your bloodline before you can end it. I could make a very dark joke right now.
I give it one more stream before keep inventory. Not / and egg BC me too bestie.
Aria, welcome in! The buddies are invading! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! How was Marvel Rivals? Did you get any W's? For anyone that doesn't know me, hello, I am Rangarath. I go by Ranger. I'm doing terribly at fishing right now because I'm talking while trying to fish. But I like video games. I say silly things sometimes, and I play silly little games. Lots of silly little games. And yeah, that's me. I like swear a lot too, so if that's like not your vibe, that's okay. But yeah, that's me. How is everyone? You got a few W's? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Would you recommend Marvel Rivals to someone that enjoyed Overwatch back in the day? It looks pretty similar. It looks pretty similar. I really want to give it a try, but I don't know whether to try it out for the first time on stream or whether to try it out for the first time with, like, friends offline. I don't know yet. Do you have any suggestions? Any recommendations? That's the excuse. You're an excuse, geek. You're an excuse. Sable, I'm putting off the keep inventory for as long as I can. Thank you for the piss invite. Just wait till you leave your little hut and run into Mr. Creeper. No, Mr. Creeper's not gonna get me again. I am scaring the fish. It's because I'm so loud. Silver 2, hopefully soon you'll be out of the horrid metal ranks. Yeah. Is it similar to Overwatch in how the, like, bronze to gold is kind of just trash? And a shit fight? Just for Black Widow and Scarlet Witch, you should, Tani. You should. So much similar to Overwatch, but does stuff better? Sounds good. Overwatch, but better? Sign me the fuck up. If you ever need a filler member, yes, Lime, we should play. We should play. And what about it? I usually do, but I want to see if I can do it without the keep inventory. I want to see if, because I've never beaten Minecraft. I can't say that I've beaten Minecraft. And I want to be able to say that I beat it without keep inventory. Okay? Call me hemorrhoid. But I want to beat it as natural as possible, even though this is modded, but ignore that.
Faith is objectively more versatile than Int.
That's a pretty good, like, upvote for Faith. Oh wait, not Hungy. Should I take this with me? I'm gonna take this with me. I might need it. I might need to build myself another fishing hut later. Oh, I've got no inventory space. Hold on. So just falling in the fucking water. Get rid of those because I can't actually do anything with them. There we go. I wanted to keep going until I found another village, but like, it's been 4 hours. It's 12 AM. I'm tired. I'm also very thirsty and kind of want to have a Sunkist because we've got cans of drink left over from our engagement party, and one of them is Sunkist, and I love Sunkist. Orange! You know what? I'm gonna get myself one. Hold on, I'll be right back. Come back with the orange drink. Usually I don't drink sugary soft drink. I drink sugar-free, but we got a bunch of Sunkists and they need to be drinked, so I'ma drink it. And I also love Sunkist. It's yummy. You love keep inventory? Yeah. I just wanna beat it. I just wanna beat it. I wanna say I beated it. Orange! Just like me! I think Fanta... I think I prefer Fanta to Sunkist, but Sunkist is still really yummy. I'm sorry, Tiny! You'll DM me about it soon? Yay! Yippee! Take the dragon hearts you got for the trailer for dragon. Ooh, dragon. Have your first job provider appointment of the year tomorrow and you're stressy. Oh, Lime, good luck. Good luck. I fucking hate job is it like job provider like the job seeker thing where you've got a like your workforce bullshit. I also really fucking hate those. And I'm sorry you have to do it. Because they suck. They suck ass. And they're stressful. And they sit there and ask you questions that you usually don't want to answer. So I wish you the best of luck and you got this. You have got this. I believe in you. Mechanic for the competitive called a Chrono Shield. After you lose 4 matches, doesn't have to be consecutive. The Chrono Shield stops the rank progress loss on the 5th. Oh. That's kind of really good. Like, on one hand, you'll get people that probably shouldn't be in higher ranks in higher ranks. But if they do it properly, that shouldn't happen. It also means that, like, if you end up on a losing streak,
No
it's
clue what
not
dragon
as
incantations
bad.
scale with because I actually value my FP bar.
That's fair, Akaza. I think Henry did a dragon incantation run. I'm pretty sure. It looked cool as fuck, but yeah. Want me to put myself into debt by studying? Really? Never met anyone who didn't regret that, so try to breathe it out. Don't let them force you into a corner, Lime. Don't let them force you into something you don't want to do. Or don't feel like you can do. That's what I've been doing with my workforce agent, is not letting them force me into something that I don't feel like I can handle. They'll be like, oh, we're just gonna get you into a job that's like, 20 hours. No! I don't want to do 20 hours a week. I will end up in hospital if I try to do that. Stop! Leave me alone, just let me exist. What if I don't want to be a contributing member of society? Let me live! Yeah, Lime, you'll do great. You'll do great. It's telling them to fuck off an option? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have to go to a place once every like 3 weeks, tell them the same thing for 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. And you just do it again and again and again, and it's like, what is the point of this? Like, I feel like, okay, those workforce employment agents, I imagine, could be really good for the people that are actually in a place where they want to get a job and are able to handle a job. But for people like me, that are not in a place where they feel like they can handle a job, it's just really fucking stressful. And it's just going and hearing the same shit over and over again and having to deal with it, like, month after month. And I'm just like, just let me live. Let me live. Leave these resources for someone that actually, like, can benefit from them. Because right now, I'm not benefiting from them. Is Bale's cool as fuck? That's understandable, Akaza. One off job seeker, it's a pathetic amount of pay. I mean, for me, it's better than nothing, unfortunately. It's that or nothing for me. What the fuck is happening there? Oh yeah, me too. Oh, it's because it's the waterfall particle effect. Okay, I was like, what? Yeah, for me it's job seeker or nothing because the course that I'm studying, because it's a master's degree, they don't recognize it as being, study because it's not necessary to get a job. So they won't let me be on student pay, which student pay is actually worse than job seeker anyway, which is weird. But Like, they should be the same. Or, if anything, you get more as a student because, like, as an incentive to go and do, like, go to uni and do a course. But, I digress. Anything they threaten to take your payment away? Really? And yeah. It's kind of shitty that your parents would say that as well, saying that they would leave you homeless if you couldn't pay board. But, like, does that come from a place of, if you weren't paying board, they wouldn't be able to afford the house, or... But yeah, I'm sorry that your employment agent is saying shit like that. Like, mine have been pretty understanding. They've never threatened to take my payment away. I just do the obligations, I do the point obligations, and I go and talk to them for 5 minutes every month, and it's Gucci, basically. Because you've been looking after your grandparents. I'm glad you were able to get that exemption, Akaza. I'm glad they granted that to you, because I know that some people struggle to get those exemptions. So I'm very glad that you have that, and you don't have to worry about it. Ask for it when I'm not working, but I would starve if they cut me off. Exactly, like, you still, even if you live at home, you still have things that you gotta pay for. Like, again, when you're an adult, you kind of, it's hard to expect your parents to continue paying for everything for you. And it also, like, you know, you want some financial independence. You don't want to be relying on your parents for everything. To see job seekers is annoying. His payments have been cut so much. Yeah. The government doesn't like us people that don't have jobs. Or that, for whatever reason, can't work a job. So Sable is a wonderful example. Aww. Aww, Lime. I think I missed a message before that one. Hold on. Try to tell them no about it. So you go to... Oh, okay, I got you. You got this, Lime, I believe. No, that's all good, Lime. No, you're all good, Lime. Believe me, you're okay. I would let you know if it was too much. It's definitely not too much, because I share in your frustrations about the whole situation and how stressful those appointments are, and having to meet those obligations and do all that shit. I understand you. I get you. First time that will run like a military, so she thinks if I can't live up to her standard, No, Lime, that's so sad!
_moon3_Akaza just cheered 10
Thank you
bits.
for the 10 beaties,
Exemption
Akaza.
certificates can only last for 3 months at a time.
Yeah,
Thankfully,
I know
my
that.
grandparents' GP is usually available for me to get a certificate when my grandparents pay them a visit.
That's good, Akaza. Yeah, I've just had an exemption run out on me. And I probably could go and get another one. But I also kind of want my workforce employer to pay for my driving test package, so I'm gonna milk them for that first. Been existing since about yeah, I think I've also been on JobSeeker, actually probably almost 2 years now. It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. We cherish you, Lime. Yes, see, Sable says the same. You deserve only the best. Because his definitely has an implant, so he has to go back to seeing them. That's... I've preached about it before, and I'll preach about it again. Universal income. Having a job should not be a mandatory thing to survive in this world. We did not ask to be here. Jobs should be something that you have if you want to, and if you're able to. And then you have that extra money for luxuries and stuff. It should not be an expectation, because you did not ask to be born. How dare I be thrust upon this world and then expected to contribute in it when no one consulted me as to whether I wanted to or not. Hell the fuck no. I feel like, I think it's not an unpopular opinion among, like, my generation, but definitely older generations. Like, if I said that shit to my dad, he would be like, Dad's a great person, but he would be like, you can't just, like, not contribute. I'd be like, but I didn't ask to be here. He'd be like, oh, but it's a privilege for you to be here. Is it? Fucking is it? Never go away. The response is, I can't type that up. They won't care. Pick a different condition, like something mental. What? Nah, that's wild. The doctors in your area need a swift kick up the asshole. Lime? They sound awful. Been increasing it by like $20 every payment every so often. Like, that's not enough. It's yeah. Real, Aria. My rent is going up by $30 next month or the month after, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider the fact that Henry and I are already at $0 at the end of every fortnight, that extra $30 means a lot. So, yeah, who the fuck knows what's gonna happen there? I love capitalism! Oh, you've never actually had a meeting with your job provider? Damn, Akasi, lucky. Yeah, Centrelink doesn't give a shit about most people. That's why I have, maybe I'm tinfoiling a little bit, but you know how when you call Centrelink, or when you have to call Centrelink and stuff like that, or if anyone remembers applying for Centrelink in the first place, how fucking hard it is. I'm tinfoiling that they do that on purpose to deter people from getting government benefits in the first place. They make it as hard as possible so that it will be an inconvenience for people to get those benefits, and will therefore encourage people to not do that. To pull out after being a job seeker for a while, they force you into an employment course. Ugh, after a year and they pass you off. I think I've avoided that because I'm technically still studying. Like, while I'm doing my master's course, even though they don't recognize it for, student pay, I think I've avoided that because of that. Got on ab study was a pain to get. Yeah, yep, they make it a pain to get on. I genuinely think they do it on purpose. I have in my dreams. I promise. I have in my dreams. Still gonna report to workforce. Yep. Yeah. 7-month wait? I had to wait because I was under 22. And my dad was earning too much, even though he lived in a different state and wasn't financially responsible for me at all. They didn't give a fuck, and they wouldn't give me a payment. I just had to wait until I was 22. Which, luckily, in that time, I was working a job. I was able to work a job that paid a fair bit. I was doing overnights at McDonald's, so I was fine. And ended up saving up a lot of money. But, like, shit, man. It shouldn't have been that hard. Expect you to drain their Yeah, exactly. If you've got any savings, they're like, nah, fuck you. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Stick. I think I accidentally put something down, but I don't know what it was. I put that stick down on purpose, but I think I put something else down prior to that I didn't mean to put down. It's fine. It's fine. It's Gucci. And they were like, you're too young. You're too young to be disabled. I'm gonna actually commit a homicide. Maybe multiple, who knows? Yeah, DSP sounds like an absolute pain in the dick to get on. And so it's this is fine meme here. Doesn't have the last say and probably wants to deny who they can. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just a single interview over the phone with DSP work themselves. The fucks at Centrelink don't get to decide, as they shouldn't. It should be medical professionals, not just some fucking keyboard warrior at Centrelink. Are enough places I can get to that are hiring to meet your monthly points required? Yeah, exactly. Like, what do they do for people that live in places where there's, like, not a lot of jobs? You know, how are they supposed to apply for enough jobs if there's not even that amount of jobs in their area? Five years? See how I avoided that without even looking at the screen? I still took damage, but I still avoided it. Yeah, 5 years applying over and over again is crazy. Definitely, like, if you have the... I definitely think if you have the mental energy to pursue it, it is worth it. Oh, my eye's itchy. I just want to find another fucking village. Oh my god. I can't run! What is this? I'm a joke to this game. Minecraft just wants to watch me suffer. Minecraft Jesus is laughing at me right now. Apply for literally anything. Remote jobs. I guess you can apply for remote jobs. I apply for remote jobs anyway because they're the kind of jobs that if I was going to work a job, I would want. I don't want to fucking have to make a commute somewhere. Fuck all that. You just walk straight past that creeper. I pretend I did not say fuck the creeper, man. 22, done with uni at least for a bit and can find work that's actually doable for me where I don't have to stand it. Yeah, I hope so, Jorbs. I truly do. Everyone, like, people that are able to and want to work a job, like, deserve to have jobs that they don't absolutely hate. So, I hope that you're able to find something that you enjoy doing, Jorbs. He's getting married, man. It was decided to be because both of us being queer, no one else really understood. Refuses to make me come to the office. That's so sweet of him. Doesn't want me applying for any jobs until I'm ready, no matter how long. That is genuinely so sweet of him. Do I have a computer and can't drive to the place that I apply? They have to be reachable. Yeah, see, Akaza's in a position where there really isn't a lot of options at all. I'll be spending a lot of time back here so I can hang out with you guys for free Wi-Fi! Oh, Lime. definitely do keep trying and keep advocating for yourself, because I feel like that's the only way you get through to them. And try different avenues as well. Don't just go through the same avenue again and again. Try different ones. Even if you try and switch, like, workforce provider, because you can do that, and see if you can get a workforce provider that will help advocate for you as well. Putting in applications on LinkedIn, easy apply. I've even optimized it to make it faster. Ooh. Cause fuck them! Aria, you sound like you've actually kind of got it down pat. I take forever to do my fucking 100 points. Cause I haven't done any optimization. I just look for semi-relevant jobs on, like, Indeed and Seek and just apply for those ones, and it takes ages. Oh wow, yeah, he does. Aww. You're bonding over gay religious trauma? Hey, anything to have, like, some sort of common ground, I feel like automatically puts you in a better place with that, like, provider. And then he probably has more of a soft spot for you as well, like, is more willing to advocate for what you need, because he probably, like, sees a bit of himself in you and wants to help you. So, you know, advantages! It's going around handing in resumes because I'm doing what I need to and getting a daily walk-in when you do it. That is really good, Akaza. I actually got yelled at, which I didn't get yelled at, but I got in trouble because when what I used to do with my job seeker is I used to say that I applied for all my jobs in person. Definitely did go in person and apply for those jobs. Yeah, And I got told to stop doing that, to stop saying that I applied in person. And I was like, okay. I think they kind of saw through my shit.
Stinky. Stinky.
Stinky. Damn, 73 whole %. You need to go for a shower, Fergie. Tinus just hit hard. You can feel your brain shutting off. Get yourself some sleep, Tani. I think I'm probably going to wrap up here, honestly. I know I'm just in the middle of nowhere, but I don't think I'm finding another village anytime soon. And I feel like I'm about to die, and I can't mentally handle that right now. Because I'll feel like I have to go and find my corpse before I end. Everyone's experience is different. Exactly. Everyone has different experiences. And unfortunately, because there's so many people that are working...
I am committed to staying till you end.
I will be ending very shortly, in the next few minutes. So you're all good. You're all good. And then you
Zeph
get some
just
sleep.
mentioned those character.I bots that you have sex with, and I remembered the one time I tried it and I told the bot I was a guy, and then it proceeded to finger my pussy and call me a good girl.
It did what? It did what? You got misgendered by an AI. What? It does not like gay sex. Clearly not. They're programmed to be straight. Of course they fucking are. Of course they are. Bogorath. Bogorath. I love Bogorath. 11% Stimky. See, Sable, not Stimky at all. Barely Stimky. Feel inspired to push through now. We're here to be inspirational. For real. Soft spot, I mentioned my daddy issues. Phone's slow, looking for jobs online. Yeah, I can imagine, Akaza. It's long enough doing it on a PC. I can't imagine doing it on mobile. Keeping an eye out for new places that are hiring. You're doing a great job, Akaza. I believe that one of these days you're gonna luck out and you are actually gonna get hired by one of these places. Fingers crossed for Lego. Or like a bookstore or something. Those, I feel like, would be real good for you. WFA's... What does WFA stand for? Am I having a... I think I'm having a blank. Made as hard as possible to submit to a workforce... Wet fucking ass! Thank you, Sable. I just screenshot LinkedIn, copy the job title into the screenshot name. They're going to upload it. I drop the file in. You lost me at JavaScript. It doesn't like from the title to the clipboard, so on the file, click the bookmark. That's so easy, Aria. Workforce. Oh, okay, yep. Workforce Australia. I got the workforce. My brain was trying to read it as work from home, like WFH, but I was like, that's an A. Character AI all the time. It was not for the e-sex part, just for the talk into a character part. Inspiring others to daddy issues. The Ranger streams. Yeah, workforce sucks ass. Yeah, I like wet fucking asshole way better. Geek, you so right. You so right. Can afford to get re-diagnosed for autism. The fuck you mean re-diagnosed for autism? Wait, is that a thing? If you get diagnosed as a child, do you then need to do it again as an adult to get on the NDIS? Current diagnosis doesn't meet the criteria for NDIS. Is that because you were diagnosed when you were a child? Or because your symptoms are, like, different now that you're dealing with? Top of tagging to rip the hole in your shirt? No! Now your waist is out? Oh, hot. I mean, what? Who said that? Crop top moment? What? Who said that? New name for Workforce Australia, wet fucking asshole? But I have to get yeah, I hope you don't either. I need to get a diagnosis, period. But that shit's expensive, and I don't have a few $1,000s to go and throw at it. So, alas, I shall remain undiagnosed for the time being. Anyway, Ryan's live! So, you know where we're going. A diagnosed club. It's because it's so expensive, and as an AFAB person, it's fucking hard to get diagnosed because all the diagnostic criteria are for the menses, the AMABs. And I'm like, but what about me, bitch? What about me? Present different. Free the waste. No, not /J. /truth. I'm being serious. If I ain't autistic, I'm all the way fucked up in the head. If I'm not autistic, then yeah, exactly. Like, what else is going on in my brain? What is actually wrong with me if it's not autism? I don't know. We ignoring Rego calling Sable slutty waste? No, we're not. Sable's ignoring it, but you don't have to. Because the person who diagnosed me failed to list their qualification. Go and kill them. Go back in time and kill them as a 4-year-old.
I've decided if I'm not autistic, I'm a sociopath.
Why not be both? Why not just both? Start collecting the diagnoses like fucking Pokemon. Is that bad? Should I not say that? Anyway. Because I wish you the best of luck with getting re-diagnosed, and hopefully the NDIS will accept you, because fuck that person that failed to list their qualifications on Frog. The system is designed against us, and that's why I have no qualms about taking advantage of it when I can. Because it is not made to be friendly to people like us, so milk it for what you can! Anyway, I'm gonna raid out now. On this note, I already have been collecting them like Pokemon. Alright guys, thank you for the raid messages, Sable. We've got the one with the animated emotes for subbies and the one with the fire and the heart for the non-subbies. Gonna set this raid up. We're raiding it to Ryan. He's playing Pokemon. He's shiny hunting. We always know what Ryan's doing, and we love it. I love the predictability. I think that's why I like raiding him so much, because I always know what I'm getting myself into. But anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful night or day wherever you are, and thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys again, hopefully on Thursday. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And I don't know what we're going to be doing yet, but I'll let you know when I start streaming on Thursday. Anyway, be safe, be well, have fun. I will see you next time.